All right, it's fucking go time. There we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Let's do a little shifty. Hey, there we go. Let me say hello to all the nerds. Let me do a quick YouTube's test. YouTube. What? For some reason, I decided to type YouTube into the YouTube site. I don't know why. This is the way the goo activated. Let me say hello to everyone. Hello, Crichton. Congratulations on your first. Hello, Steve. How you doing? Hello, Yayuri. How you doing? Hello, Jay. I saw you making puns already. The stream hasn't even started yet. It's pun time. Hello, Moss. Hello, Umbrionics and Nobody and ours. And I think I got everyone. If I did not, I will fix that. Oh yeah. So let me explain the vampire thing, why that is such a weird time. It is always pun time, to be fair. I have done a couple of one-shots over with the D20 live crew. They do their stuff more in the afternoon Eastern, which I understand is going to be a little tricky for some people. So if you're not able to make it, I totally get it. It's fine. Do not fret. But yeah, that'll be happening tomorrow at 2 or 3 p.m. Eastern. I might have gotten the date might be fluctuating a little bit. I'll keep you guys posted on this. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, the new kill team kits do look pretty legit. I've been working on a couple little things. Like we got the two apothecarians, which are gonna be ready for tomorrow. How you doing, Dumbledore? Also, these guys are being done piecemeal. These are a bunch of las cannon dudes for heresy. They're looking pretty legit. 3D printed some big shoulders, some heads, and basically the torso is from the actual Age of Darkness kit, and then he's been just fully decked out in resin. Honestly, just kind of how you have to do. Let me show you what I'm working on. I've explained that there's going to be rockets, but I don't think I've ever really shown what the rockets are. So I'm gonna show you in pieces before we really get started. So we got the base. Like that's a cool little base, Hal. It's still very, very early on, but we got some little 3D printed mushrooms. I got some layering. I got the guy who is going to be like lighting the rockets. He's got a nice little greatcoat on. How you doing, Coven? How you doing? Welcome. Got a greatcoat. He's got a covered Shaco bit, and it is hella based indeed. And now, let me show you the rockets. And I'll see how you doing, Boshi? Rockets, right? And you're like, nothing too weird, Hal. Nothing too weird, Hal. Bam! Hand. Rocket-mounted crawling hand. Where the idea is that it's going to sit on the base like this. Now, give or take some wiggle. Some amount of wiggling on the base like that. And then this guy's just going to be sitting here in this little extra spot. Oh yeah, there we go. This is very fun. So the mushrooms and the rocket are from my old printer, from my new printer, and then the hand, including the horrible print defect and like the holes and stuff, are from my old one. Like a nice little the old one I had to take it out behind the shed as one does. But how you doing, Mr. Jaquel? How you doing? The rockets are pointed down. It'll aim so they're a bit more level. Also, they're turnip. Nobody's doing anything competent whatsoever. And like the hands. You got that little like hand emotion you can do just to kind of like rearrange the rockets. It'll be fine. These guys definitely won't set my own army on fire. Definitely not. That's kind of an option you could do. Turnip has this rule called preliminary bombardment, where you just straight up before the actual game starts, you just cover everything in fucking rockets. Including your own dudes. Like, basically, you get a free rocket shot, but your opponents get a free rocket shot with your rocket. Yeah, I do know people have STLs that are 100% like, these are the little hands from Elden Ring. I also got me a bunch of skin paints when I was at the store. This was, Succubus Skin by Vallejo Game Color. I was like, oh, this is good. I'm gonna try some of these out. They definitely flow a lot better and have better coverage than my ancient ass fucking Vallejo skins. So I'm enjoying the coverage I'm getting from this like immediately. I've done it a couple of times, the preliminary bombard gamble. Sometimes it pays off. So the nice thing is, so Turnip is the way the game is made, is that like whenever you charge or shoot a gun, whenever you do any offensive action, you have to use it at the closest available target. So like for preliminary bombardment, you can plan things out so that like you have some things that you do not give a shit if it dies. You put it next to your rocket before the game starts, and then you just put your rocket in a position where like the only thing it can really shoot is something you want to blow up of your opponents. That last part's a bit harder, but you can definitely pre-plan the blastback targets. For conquest, are we? Ooh, fuck yeah, let's go. That sounds like a lot, especially because those models are huge. But that at least should be fun to paint. Like the models for conquest are gorgeous, so you'll have fun. It's see the weird thing is I'm pretty on board for speed paints. They've been generally pretty good. I have not found a good skin speed paint. Whenever I've tried to use skin speed paints, everything looks like real splotchy and like not super well saturated. So you might actually have better luck doing like actual, like I say actual paints, like you know what I mean, but like traditional paints. No, not really. It doesn't have any deviation mechanics. If you do roll a bunch of ones, though, it does explode. Effectively, as you roll ones when you fire, you get panic tokens. And panic tokens pretty much are, like, for most units cause you to retreat. For these guys, if enough stack up and you fire, and you roll a 1 when you have 3 panic tokens, you just detonate. How you doing, Bug? You had a portrait done required no hammer, it hanged itself? I mean, I don't know. It's definitely like quippy bard material, so I think it would work for a game. Me, however, though, I know that I'm a beautiful boy and I do not have to worry about any of that. Beautiful. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, so well, it's Turnip, so technically these are just supposed to be a rocket battery, but you can do whatever the fuck you want. So I made mine hideous creature because I don't know, it's fun. Like this is another one of those, like, I initially was trying to get the blob, which I was originally getting the STLs for this blob, but the Dragon Trappers Lodge re-released every single Halloween thing that you get for your Halloween subscription. So this was from like maybe like 2 years back, and I was like, oh shit, I didn't even know I was going to be getting this. I was like, oh, I have plans for you, buddy. Yeah, you can get, like, you can't get deviation chaos in Turnip. There's not really any deviation rules, but there's ways. There's ways you can make some weird shit. Then one with medium. That could totally work. Maybe I've not actually played around too much with the actual medium, contrast medium, so I would not be surprised if there's a... Oh, God damn it, we got ads. For some reason, as I'm talking today, I'm already feeling the scratching. Oh, this is actually good. It fell down in a way that I like. Ooh, okay, there we go. See a couple little extra little bits. Let's go get some touched up stuff. Now we're back. Let me see what else. Spicy. Oh, I found the so. Next Saturday, it's going to be a little later than Halloween, but I want to do another Dungeon Crawl Classics with chat thing, because it's been, oh god, like 2-3 years, and I had a lot of fun with those. I think I got really, what happened is at one point I did get really hung up on the idea of like, I need to optimize this and make this like fantastic and run smooth. I think it's because I've been getting a lot of like, you know, you see people doing some really cool shit with like, I was like, I should do that. And I should not run a game until I get it incredibly smooth. And it's like, nah, I'm just holding myself back from having fun. So we're gonna be doing that. And I found a really cool module that I think will be neat. I'm gonna do some twists on it, but I'll show you in a sec. Yeah, this actually does, like, yeah, the coverage is really great. I am going to layer it with some of the brighter colors. So this is not just going to be this color, like, stock. I think I'm just going to paint the entire thing brown, just to touch up later because it's metals and rockets and whatnot. But 7 days from now will be a Saturday. Now it's gonna be a joyful day. Fuck you, buddy. It's gonna be the best day ever, and some stuff. But yeah, I think I'm gonna just try to go back to getting some of the optimization stuff I already know, running sessions with chat, and then maybe from there just do subtle increments and stuff. I must revitalize everything the most advanced way possible. But yeah. But I mean, oh yeah, hold on. I was gonna show you the actual adventure. I'm gonna change it up a bit. So like if one of you guys decide to buy this adventure and try to cheat, I will hit you with rocks and also you went on. How you doing, Black Roses? How you doing on the YouTube side? Well, might be missing, that's fine. But this one, Tournament of Pigs. It's apparently a level 0 adventure, which is already a lot of fun because, you know, it's hyper lethal, so that means people can swap in and out. But it's also like a competitive one, as in like you're pitted against the other players to try to do stuff like fight monsters and bake cakes and shit. Like, okay, let's go. Good looking skin my curse. That's probably the way to do it, to be fair. So that's a good way to do it. Say hi. Hey, Black Roses. Jay says hi. I think you guys, I do have both chats on stream. Oh, there we go. Okay, everyone's connected. You can be on YouTube too if you want. I mean, that's fine. I was mostly joking. Super fun to manage to find STL. Ooh, that'll be cool. That'll be cool. How's how you doing, Safi? How you doing? Welcome. Oh yeah, this is Succubus skin from Vallejo. I have not tried their other skin tones yet from the new revitalized game color. So I've not really messed with the new game color line just yet, but so far everything has been like pretty great. A lot of brown. I'm gonna get some like really stupid rough brown on there early on. How you doing, Dr. Anime? How you doing? Welcome. I love that shift. How you doing? How you doing? Hello! How you doing, Matthew? Bird's doing as well. I'm painting Big Hand. Painting Big Hand, and life is going big good. Oh, I also finished up Betrayer. So I have now finished 5 Warhammer books? Yeah, actually. Hold on. 6 Warhammer books. I've done the entire Night Lords trilogy, First Heretic, Betrayer, and then Infant the Divine. And ooh boy, I still think out of the ones I've read, I probably consider it the weakest one. The beginning was kind of rough for me. It was just a lot of, and then the Word Bearers, the World Leaders angrily rip shit up. The later half was pretty solid though. The later half was really solid, and also like goddamn Erebus. I still can't get upset about him because he's a bastard and he lings in, but I was like, ooh, buddy. I'm working it out. I'm going back to Lords of Silence now. Like, big stretch. There we go. Double ass Kingmaker. Dude. I did like it how at the very end there's a bit of an exchange between Karn and Erebus, and it's like I'm not one of those people who do Erebus did nothing wrong. I enjoy Erebus because he does everything wrong, and that's fun to me. But it's like every now and then it's like he got some things coming to him. That part's pretty good. But yeah, I'm going back to Lords of Silence because that was initially that was the first book that I tried to read, but I just didn't get into. I will fully admit that I go basically audiobook only these days because I hate words. No, but like, well, I'm also gonna zoom out a little bit too, just get a little bit. I accidentally dunked one of my things out, just because it's easier for me to like catch maybe like a. Roughly about an hour and a half, 2 hours per day, just because of it, like transit and like running errands, and sometimes even when I'm painting, the audiobooks are really good for that. Yeah, Word Bear man hates books, I know, right? But like, I tried with Lords of Silence was my first go, and I never really clicked for audiobooks. I just never really been like, okay, it's working now, and I can read sometimes. I can read sometimes. Yeah, he is fun to hate. I will probably eventually do the Assassinorum books because I'm pretty sure the second one is the one where the Minotaurs show up, and I have yet to read a book with my lads in them. But I'm going back to give Lords of Silence a go because I was like, there's potential in here. I was liking it. I just couldn't like get into the audiobook format. Now that I'm better at it, it's a weird thing to say, be like, oh yes, I'm better at audiobooks, but like kinda, yeah. Yeah, I'm a busy boy. Probably to my detriment, if I'm going to be honest. Like what's that one like Tolkien thing? Like you have a feel like a like butter spread thin over too much toast. I am a fucking like micron thin layer of butter. I got so much toast, bros. I'm a thin like misting of butter over a bakery. But it it I don't really have the time just to sit down and read, so that part is really, really nice. Watchers I thought. Oh my god, I think that's what isn't the Watcher. I thought the first one was Assassin, or maybe I might be getting the series mixed up. It's definitely Watchers of the Throne. For some reason I thought that was yeah, there we go. Anyway, yeah. It's that's specifically the Watchers of the Throne is the one I want to read it. Yeah, I'm gonna do Lords of Silence because I already own it. I already own all of the what's it called? The Xenos, like the Eisenhorn trilogy. I already have all the Eisenhorn books, so I was like, well, that might also be a good one just to go ahead and get out of my system too. Fair. I'd look those up. How you doing, Billy? Hey, listen, I continue to wear my shirt most of the time. Look at Peter. What's good old Peter doing? Oh, is he doing? I've noticed that there's like a lot more like explicit like Warhammer horror books. I vaguely think he probably looks like he's done a couple of these. I got into the vibe. This is the oh, they're short story. Oh, okay. That's good to know. That's good to know, actually. Because I think I just got the main books. I'm also going to let the hand dry a bit and work on the lad while we're doing this. The lad, I'm going back to my good old friend Black Red, because I think... Yep. I'll just kind of count from that. I got you. It's weird that I just kind of looked at some of his stuff and I got that kind of vibe. I actually do think 40K does horror pretty well conceptually, but like you definitely have to like frame it right, as in like you gotta do humans. That was also kind of another thing too with Betrayer that was kind of weird. I'm not against the idea of having like a bunch of Titan princeps be part of the book, like the main characters, but they showed up so rarely in that book. And like they just kind of were slightly like not interchangeable, but like they never really got the time to be digested. And a lot of times their chapters would pop up when I was like excited for other things that were going on that were big. I was like, all right, get these chuckle fucks out of the way. I usually like the human characters, but that time I was like, ooh, please. Titans are cool. I'll read a Titan book if you just give me one directly. That happens a lot, though. I know a lot of times when you got, like, the big models, it's like, how the fuck do you put them in stories? Like, the phrase, fire the Ursus claws, does activate neurons. I will give you that. Thank you, Belner. Let me... Yep. I feel like I've been recommended Watcher in the Rain as well, so I'm gonna also Google that for later. But yeah, there's luckily, I mean, there's so many goddamn books I could basically listen. Because also another reason I decided to do this is like I like podcast. Actually, I like podcast a lot. The thing is, I've kind of also reached like a podcast saturation where I was noticing that like, what am I doing? I'm re-listening to the same podcast over and over and over and over again. I'm like, I'm not actually changing much. I'm not really like growing or learning anything new. So that's kind of, I forgot. I like this color, but I forgot how much this particular paint sucks. I'm debating just switching to dark. Yeah, I think I'll just do dark. Fuck this. How you doing, Jekyll? How you doing? Hello, NPC Sealy. How you? I should just call you Sealy. I don't know why I do your full Christian name, but how you doing, Sealy? How you doing? Yeah, I mean, I do have Audible, to be fair, so I could just do it through Audible. I'm doing pretty good. I'm painting this big hand rocket battery. I didn't leave myself a lot of grip and space on that, so I'm gonna like try to grab it from the side. Oh, I can also show you the guy I made. Let me get a little bit more paint on this guy. So, the Grey Tide Studio released the set for the Crimson Lords. Yeah, I like that dark color a lot, but I think that I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit of that for convenience. Yeah, Audible has been pretty nice. I under like it's I don't know how much audiobooks are supposed to go for normally, but I'm the very least the convenience of just having everything in Audible has been very, very nice. Do you usually buy or print your bases? So I actually buy my bases primarily. You can print bases? Oh, you go through a lot of them. Oh, I've been basically just doing the 40K ones. I could see if you're delving in the if you're like a super like bibliophile, you could just tear up a bunch of free books. That does sound pretty legit actually. But so you can print bases. Maybe now my resin printer could probably handle bases a bit better, but I would have issues like where just like they weren't as durable as plastic. The plastic bases you could usually get are more uniform. Honestly, what you could do is just go to eBay and just buy like 125 millimeter and 132 millimeter bases. That'll be roughly 20 bucks altogether, maybe like $8 to $10 each. And you can coast off of those for a lot. Like you can basically do an entire turnip army on the 25 millimeter base and just not flinch. It's really, really handy. Like all my dudes that do not come with their own bases get that treatment. Yeah, you get them super cheap, and like you don't get like any like. Once again, my 3D printer stuff is like, especially my newer setup, probably won't have this issue, but you don't have to deal with like warping. You can get them so they're like the right consistent size, stuff like that. It's pretty good. It's pretty good overall. Yeah, you do. Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot. There's like Games Workshop does that thing where like, yeah, we use standardized bases, except for when you don't. I'm also one of those filthy, disgusting individuals that like the idea of tanks on bases. Listen, I want tanks on... A lot of the reasons I like bases is because I can magnetize them. It's really awkward to just put a bunch of magnet bolts on the bottom of your tank treads. You can do it, but I also like having like the little diorama scene. And if you put your tank on the base, it's like people are like, I will not play with this tank anymore. Just like, god damn it. Unedited footage of a bear in his house. Exclusive? What? Oh. I think I know any of those people. I thought, like, Wham Coming vaguely sounds familiar. I was trying to parse out, like, do I know this? That is kind of weird finding out that, like, you just missed out. Like, God, when you realize that there's something you like and you miss out on that. That tell commander, hey, yo, fuck yeah, let's go. How's you doing, Snuzzle? How you doing? Yeah, I don't know. It makes sense, but I also imagine because G-Dubs doesn't have a consistent, like, this is the size of a tank base. It's probably why. So it's like, it's... At the grand scheme of things, it's whatever. But yeah, no, I like everything having, like... I like these style bases. I like these style bases where I can put a magnet in the bottom, and it's got, like, some room for that. I also feel like there's a big thing in historicals where, they'll use these like flat bottom bases, like these like basically like wooden disc bases, and those fuck with me. Those fuck with me because I'm like, how do you? But your magnets and stuff, it's all flat. It's on the table. What? Huh? Like it feels weird, but like I understand that is just like me not being used to like something that's pretty common in that scene. Yeah, this darker red's doing. I actually do really like the formulation of the game colors. I heard they were like had a good chance of bubbling and were kind of rough, but I have not seen that. So that was either like a first batch issue and like my store's got a second batch, or because like that happens with some paints too. And the initial army painter like speed paints would reactivate with water. Oh yeah, you are doing that the mixed Mechanica stuff. That explains it. That explains it. Yeah. Hey, sounds like it'd be going good. I'm working on my lad. I'm finishing up audiobooks. I'm going to be playing Vampire tomorrow, which I need to refresh myself on the rules. I have a pretty good grasp on how, like, you know, all storyteller systems are mostly the same. Bucket of dice, you're looking for a number of successes. Like, that's not too bad. Like, little subtleties. A little deck thing. I'll figure that out later. There we go. Sizes. That would make sense. How you doing, Putty? How you doing? Then yeah, that could also be it too. It could just be something that like they're not used to the new thickness. How you doing, Dustman? I have heard of Doobie. when I say that, I sound like I am the most out of touch parent. They're like, haha. Listen, I'm a cool dad. I know about the doobie. But yeah, it's a new VTuber with the biggest air quotes I could possibly give. Honestly, she seems like she's having fun though. Doobie does seem to be like she's like, it's that thing where you're like, oh, they're off the leash now, so they could actually have fun and be free and be creative. And I was like, that's cool. Like, she was talking about like doing a lot of like work for like big like animations that have been doing well, and I was like, yeah, I can see that. Where she was like, I couldn't have bragged about this previously, but now I can. And I was like, that's a cool, like the thing she was bragging about was fair. It's like, yeah, no, there's a lot going on with that stuff. So like, I would want to be proud of a thing I worked on too. Yeah, a very, 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 very Doki Bird situation, which I mean, it's for people who are coming from the Warhammer side and have no idea what's going on. It's within VTuber etiquette. When a VTuber leaves a big company, they kind of are supposed to be like, cough, cough, I've dissolved back into my component mist parts and you'll never see them again. But what happens a lot of time is because when you work, like, at a place like HoloLive, it's very stifling. You have to play basically to like Japanese, like kind of like fuddy-duddy stringent corporate standards. You have to get permissions for everything. You have to like really toe the line, and like a manager can tell you, you could have the coolest idea ever for a stream that would be like basically objectively pretty fucking sweet. But if a manager that day, even if it's within the things you should be able to do, if your manager tells you no, you're fucked. And now, I don't know if this VTuber, whose name is Doobie, who may or may not have been in a big corporation before, if she was running into similar creative, like, kind of, like, blocks. But what happens a lot of times is that, like, they'll go to one of these... Because, like, one, you're kind of sold the idea that going to a big company like HoloLive or Niji-Sanji... Niji-Sanji a bit less after that star is kind of... The star for Niji-Sanji is kind of diminished, but, like... The prestige, I mean, I guess. But the thing is, you actually do get a lot of benefits, as in you get a big following with. Like, and also to not even be totally cynical, it's considered the dream. It's the idea of making it. Like the VTuber equivalent of like, I'm going to Hollywood to become an actor and getting cast in a major movie. Like, that's sort of what happens when you work there. But there's always like these little kind of build-ups and pressures. So a lot of them do leave. And they seem to be like, they have a better time, and a lot of them are becoming like, a lot of times when people would kind of like quote unquote go back to being an indie, they would more or less just kind of really start over in a way that was like, you could kind of hide it. Like, you kind of threw away the persona you were. But now a lot of people are, like, hiring the same people who did their, like, corporate art. Or just having a very similar design. Because, you know, to a certain extent, blonde anime woman is not owned by anyone. Blonde anime woman has been a thing for years. In all kinds of different variations. Oh, thank you for that. There we go. So, like, it makes sense to do that. And there's been a couple of others who have been pretty on the nose on that. There's Mozu Peachy. Kind of did that where, like, her gen basically left their company all at once for reasons I don't entirely remember, but I'm just going to assume fuckery on their end. And basically like, all right, fuck it, we're doing Kmart versions of our other stuff, and then eventually just surpassed the other models in quality, which is really funny. They just went like, these designs are legit. We're gonna redo that. Yeah, something goes. Yeah, she's the blonde woman is back. If you're wondering why I'm being cryptic about this, is because, like, I don't know, it's kind of fun to do this, but there is an etiquette of, like, you know, mind you, I think she accidentally leaked something like in the stream that Doobie came back on, but it's fine. No one, everybody knew. I don't think anyone actually gives a shit. And if they do, they were not going to be a fun person to talk with. You're not missing much. Yeah, I mean, it is doing OC do not steal on yourself, but like, it's like Watchmen. Watchmen's actually a weirdly good example of this, where it's like Alan Moore had a bunch of characters that he was going to do. Like, I'm pretty sure they were talking about like Dr. Manhattan was going to be Superman and like Owlman was going to be Batman and whatnot, and that fell through. So he's like, "Fuck you! I'll make my own Batman and my own Superman." Yeah, there is some decorum to just kind of being a little bit coy. Like, you if anybody is really curious, just look up Doobie. Is it D-O-B-Y or D-O-B-I-E for her? And you'll find all the information you need. Yeah, it was because like Alan Moore has done alt stuff for DC forever, so like it's that part. I think it was probably like reasonable for him to assume that at one point he could have done that. You know, circumstances change, managers maybe even, I don't know. In the rocket part, and I'm gonna do the bandage. Well, this Doobie, there we go. D-O-O-B-Y. So if you guys would like to partake in a Doobie, I cannot stop you. That would make sense. Rorschach and the Question are similar enough in concept. Like, I feel like if you did actually just go through all the Watchmen, it'd probably be pretty easy to find, like, which one is supposed to be which. Like, I'm sure somebody's made a list. I'm curious who the fuck the comedian was supposed to be, because, like, you know, he's a kind of an unsavory fucker, but, like, what was the idea? Like, Taskmaster, maybe? I don't know. I'd have to double check. The cap on my, khaki pride somebody. It did a thing where I didn't realize that you could just pop the top of a paint, but it happened. So I think this is gonna mean that I'm just gonna have to decrust the ever-loving shit out of this every single time I want to use it, which is a bummer because I really like this khaki color. Snoopy is a free elf. Have people made fan art of that? Oh god, I want to see that. I want to see that so bad. That sounds excellent. Great. Big enough? That's a size 1. Size 1 would be. But yeah, it's a similar idea. Like, I did not watch Doobie Act 0. I'm just having fun now. I didn't watch Doobie's previous incarnation a whole lot, but for me, it's harder. I don't really got the time to watch VTubers as much as I used to, and a lot of times if I'm watching it. So it's like I'm kind of detached from that realm in general. But Peacemaker. Oh, gotcha. I don't actually. I'm trying to recall if I remember who Peacemaker was. I'm kind of blanking, but yeah, but it's one of those things I'm genuinely aware that a lot of people did like her. I do also remember originally just seeing Doobie Mark 0 and be like, oh, she's gonna be British, and she wasn't. I was like, what the fuck? And then I chilled out because it doesn't matter. But like, Cat likes VTubers. Yeah, how I hate VTubers. No, the thing is, I do like VTubers. It's just like the optimal circumstances, unfortunately, for watching VTubers were back during COVID, and I do not have that kind of like optimal thing. Which also too, back then I was VTubing. I VTubed way back in 2020, but like I wasn't doing 4 days a week and a movie night. I was doing like 2 streams a week for maybe like a couple hours, just painting some bullshit on like the shittiest camera known to man. Ew, the British. Understandable. Understandable. It's like I still like to try to pop in and say hi and watch some stuff. Like you see, especially if I see people doing stuff. If I catch people doing like a crafting thing, I like to pop in. Like when Purity does stuff. Relly has been painting some minis, which has been cool to see. That kind of stuff I like to pop in if I can. But gotcha. The guild let me work from home for a while, and that was kind of during a period where like people were just excited that like stuff was getting done, so I could, you know, like as long as I'm kind of of that belief that as long as your shit gets done, it doesn't really matter how much you kind of like really like toe the line and being like super duper serial and like kind of like you should have like if you're getting stuff done, wiggle room should be your reward for that. But yeah, oh yeah, I was gonna show you the guy too. I got some the Crimson Lords bits from her, and I made him. I'm doing a Dornian Heresy Blood Angel Chaos Lord with dual lightning claws. He does kind of look like a plagued marined out Night Lord, to be fair. The line between Blood Angel and Night Lord, in terms of aesthetic inspiration, is very thin. That's Archivist. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. How you doing? How you doing? I'm showing off my fan fiction model. That's effectively because Dorothy Heresy is super fan fiction stuff. Oh yeah, glad you like it. I'll probably be painting it next week. The idea is the leg, the body, and then the shoulder pad are from the original Plague Marine. And then yeah, leather. Honestly, how you doing, Tower Shield? Exactly. I think it's also the double claws that feel very Night Lordy. But yeah, I gave him dual lightning claws. We got this like. It's kind of hard to tell. We got this like blasphemous style, like multiple faces melded in. I did get a cloak. My Plague Marines typically have human cloaks anyway, so like I just kind of textured the one. So everything that's like a lighter gray is from that Kickstarter. I'm pretty excited about that. I grip you. They're drying a little. Yeah, I think I can give that a go. I'm gonna do that like burnished, like oxidized metal. So I'm gonna start taking the metal around him and painting it blue. Which if it's gonna look weird, but you'll just have to trust the process. Are there any fan rules? Probably. I was about to say not really, but probably. I think the problem is I think a lot of Dornian Heresy stuff was kind of locked in around the time it was made. So I actually don't know if people are still doing new Dornian Heresy stuff. Outside of like, you know, when a Warhammer YouTuber is like, I need some new content this week, and there hasn't been like a good G-dubs thing recently. Dornian Heresy? What is this? But what's it called? But yeah, I'm just gonna run it as a Chaos Lord specifically. How you doing, Chieftain? How you doing? I could make it myself like rules, but I don't really want to. Yeah, we got the rocket hand. We got big rocket boy. I'm very lucky that this resin's pretty durable, which is nice. But also we got this the gash in there for me to fuck off. Like, my old printer would have so many print defects that like even before it was dying, it was like, oh god, okay. Things would just kind of have like holes or like little notches ripped out of them, and sometimes it'd be hard to tell until you actually got some paint on them. Like, god damn it. Vampires is disease. Yeah, they seem cool because like I actually do think there is like a lot of vampire stuff that isn't utilized by Blood Angels, or like if there is, it would make a lot of sense for like, especially like, I think the way they felt in Nurgle was really stupid in the Dornian Heresy, which was kind of like, I think it was basically Sanguinius was all mutated and fucked up, and he pretty much sold out his legion to Nurgle early on, so that way he could look like the beautiful, pretty angel and make sure nothing seemed weird. Paint a new Rogaldor. I mean, if you want to. At the end of the day, paint your own models however the fuck you want. Don't let canon or anything get in your way. We have grown too reliant on letting other people dictate what we think is cool. So just do what you want. If you got the models and you got the paint, you got the time. Do what makes you. Yeah. I also do wonder if they also felt in Nurgle too, because like on paper, Blood Angels would make a lot of sense for Khorne. But I think because the thing is, if you do that, you kind of lock out the Space Wolves, which also feel like a good fit for Khorne. They're both very very Khorne flavored. So it's like, okay, what else do you do for Nurgle? You could maybe do Iron Hands, but then you're like, okay, that's basically just Iron Warriors. Oh yeah, from Somalia. We're doing a 4-hour paint today, so we're still very 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 early on. We got plenty of time for this. But yeah, but so it's like they did Nurgle, and it's like eventually when I get some of my ghoul stuff in, I'm like, okay, this will be really fun just to kind of utilize that. I don't think I ever really intended to do a Flesh Eater Quartz army, or at least not anytime soon. I got too many picks, so many projects. I can't fit that in there, but like cannibalizing them for parts for other projects, I can totally do. And for that, like, is just once Games Workshop actually like stock those, or at least give me the similar kit I really want, and I could maybe go forward with that. I need another layer of that. Pull up that big chip. have the randomizer set. It's like still going through like the same couple of songs. Oh, we'll do that. Hey, you should make some coffee. Taking the dogs out, take them up. Someday I'll do it. Yeah. But yeah, so I don't know how many of those I'm gonna do. At the very least, I figured I don't think anybody actually uses Chaos Lords in Death Guard. Like, there's a couple of Death Guard units that are basically there for legacy reasons, and then nobody runs them for anything because this. But like, could be neat. I also got this new brown too. I got it's Charred Brown from Vallejo. It looked like it was also pretty good, like a kind of like fat dark brown. I went to the shop and picked up some shit on Friday. Yes. So like, I gotta get some skin paints. And I got some other stuff. Ooh, I have some other stuff that I'm picking up too. I got some. Apparently, somebody just went and dumped a bunch of old models there. Like, I'm stripping the paint from him, but like somebody ditched like a fucking like 2nd or 3rd edition Space Wolf, and like other than being a stubby little manlet, he still actually like looks solid enough. It still has all those like custom like wolf pelts and stuff. But this guy's actually, yeah, this brown's looking pretty good. I was like, I still have a while to go for the these assholes. I still got a bit to go for them, and I was thinking about just like looking for some more browns and skin tones, but also like not dry brushing, airbrushing, just red on their torso and just. I was like, okay, I'll get some skin, maybe pick me up an extra brown, because like there's so many browns. I think if I was to properly, I don't really organize my paints. I kind of put them in sections of like how much I use them, but in terms of just like pure organization, there's really no rhyme or reason. I bet if I just listed out all my browns, I'd have like probably like of them. I've also been slowly gathering like so like I've mentioned before that I think I had somewhere in the ballpark of like 300 paint. I have been taking older paints, like paints that are still fine, but like I've bought replacements for, like basically a lot of my old Games Workshop like colors. Supposed to Seaberry. I think it's probably because making a pineapple Pop-Tart would require them to develop a new flavor, and I have to imagine the SpongeBob Pop-Tart crossover, they do not give a shit at all. Like, they're just like, oh fuck it, put SpongeBob on the front, just relabel an old flavor we have in our roster, because that cuts down on like having to like get like. I do like that there is effectively food science as a job. Also, Black Roses. I'm glad you like my streams, and thank you. Talk about food science. But yeah, like, I do love that there is a job, that there are a bunch of scientists who sit in a room and they're like, how can we turn chemicals into berry? Like, that's just that's like somebody's job that they're just like I'm not going to say it's like an easy job. I think it's probably a very difficult job. I just amuse that it's a job at all. Like, you could get a degree for chemistry and then work on making a toaster strudel that tastes like grapes and cinnamon at the same time. Yeah, no, I've never met one. When it comes to like higher tier like scientists and engineers, I've only really interacted with aerospace engineers, not in like a professional sense, but like it's just like in college, and they're insane. Anybody who puts an object into space is insane and cannot do basic math. And like when I say can't do basic math, as in like, he's a very smart dude. Like the guy I knew a lot who was in aerospace, incredibly smart dude. He basically ran on 0 sleep and would need like, not that he was like running through life zombie style, but like his brain was filled with so much stuff that it's like, oh god, you're operating as just like a shell of a person being pushed around when you're not like playing League or like working on like very, very important things. Still very good, really fun guy to hang out with though. Working weapons. Oh fuck, like if that said fuck yeah, I don't know if that's a fuck yeah or not, but hey, hopefully they're treating you good. Who says he may start? I mean, you might as well. Like, that's one of those things that I imagine you do because you want to like bring awareness to your research and maybe get some like, because you know, you're doing some like neuro interface stuff. Nobody's going to pay attention in academia. So, but if you're like, hey, I'm gonna make my rat stream on Twitch, suddenly you get like a lot more eyes on you. You might get some more grant money. I think it's like kind of like a win-win. It's in the same way that like a professional artist who does like comic panels really doesn't have a lot to lose by also streaming that. How you doing, okay? How you doing? Welcome. Your head, there's no. Oh, 100% no. Yeah, I know. I'm fully aware of that. I'm also like, the guy is easily smarter than me by a huge magnitude. I'm just saying when I'm trying to explain to the guy that like basic math, he fucked up. I'm like, oh god, you're putting rockets into space. Vitalize the Irish economy. My god, he's inventing potato cheese. Is that a mean joke? I don't know, but like, I'm curious how a new cheese would revitalize the Irish economy. I really want to know. I really, really want to know. First for the champion, all the new model. I mean, that sounds like not the worst curse, I guess. If you don't know, you don't have to explain. If he does not know, if that's one of those things like the fucking like question mark profit, I totally get it. It's like the ideas of someone who's working on a level that is so far above our comprehension. We're just like, you know what? Sure, buddy. Think he ever fought that far? Yeah, it's like the wizards have no sense of right or wrong. Like it's just that. It's just that. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right, Jaquel. Yeah, I honestly I get fried enough from my guild job. I can't even imagine, because like I do think a lot of it is like, I consider myself a reasonably intelligent person, but also a lot of times when I'm not on the clock, I am recovering from being on the clock. So it's like man, Hal is like really overthinking and struggling on this puzzle. It's because the puzzle was not the first big brain thought I had to have that day. Alakablam. Wizards was a lot of fun. I feel bad that I waited so long to see Wizards, because that movie genuinely fucks super duper hard. Yeah, for people who did not know, I watched Wizards for the first time, and it was pretty great. It was like, one thing I'm just very amused by was like, once again, how blatant it was. Like, for people who have not seen Wizards, this isn't even really spoilers. It's effectively like super post-apocalypse. Eventually fairies come back, and a fairy lady has two sons. One's an evil son, and the other is a good son. And like, the evil son's like a mutant with like bone arms, and then eventually he gets chased away for being a horrible mutant. He's also an asshole, to be fair. And he goes back into technological waste to look at the past for technologies to loot. And he basically finds like the entire fucking like Nazi backlog. Like, he must have just went to like a museum that was like, man, the Nazis are fucked up, and they put it in the museum. And he's just like, I will now build the rest of my life with this. And you're like, okay, that's a neat way to be like, to show, especially like, you know, don't let our mistakes repeat themselves. But then they also just use actual war footage in the middle of this fantasy movie, which I'm like, I've never seen this before. This is buck wild. And because it really predates the era of like all these big like fantasy, now when there's a big fantasy battle, we kind of expect orchestra, or we expect like metal. This is still during that era where it's like, what do you do? Electronica funk. We're going to fight Wizard Hitler with funk, and it's like, I approve this super duper hard. Yeah, these swastika guys might be evil. I have a hunch. Guys, I think Black Wolf, who goes by the Fuhrer now, might be a bad guy. I don't know. But it was just overall really good movie though. Also, you can tell that the artist behind it is horny as shit. Like, he's definitely of that like Ed Greenwood era where he's like, yeah, I love making stuff. Also, big titted women everywhere. like he's got a type. I never actually saw Fritz. I'm aware that like I might be a little iffy on this, so someone correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't Fritz the Cat like the first X-rated movie, or like at least like the first like X-rated animation? I remember there was like a big thing with that. Or like Fritz was kind of a big deal for like really pushing some boundaries. But I don't. It was the Ralph Bakshi film. Yeah. I don't remember exactly what boundary got pushed. It was either just being like completely raunchy or raunchy in the realm of animation. One of those two was a big old thing. It was a very well done movie. I actually thought the pacing was really good too. Like, that's how you doing, Fuber? Welcome. We're talking about Wizards. Talking about the movie Wizards. Like, not that a lot of movies for movie night can feel long. Even ones that I genuinely like sometimes can kind of feel like they drag. No, that movie was like quick. I don't think it was like a super long movie, mind you, but like everything in that movie is just like, yeah, what's going on? It's fast. Not like fast to the point where you can't follow along. It's like it's got a brisk pace and it fucking knows it. It fucking knows that. You got a song with Rankin Bass. Yeah, we'll probably watch those in November if I'm going to be honest, just because like last November we watched all the Lord of the Rings movie. I love those. I love the Lord of the Rings movies so much. They're very good. If you don't like the Lord of the Rings movies, I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I mean, like, I'm sure people have legitimate grievance with them, especially for people who are like big fans of the books. But like, listen. Also, how you doing, Destiny? How you doing? Welcome. We're talking about the Lord of the Rings movie now. But like, I think we're never going to get a fantasy movie that is that well put together, potentially ever again. As a fantasy movie, it is kind of the apex, the pinnacle of like, the special effects were in the right place. The actors legitimately loved hanging around each other. They liked the director. It was a good mix. It was a very, very good mix. I don't think it's like going to be impossible, mind you. But I don't think that's even a hot take, Celia. I think a lot of people think that. Mind you, I don't know if I've read The Hobbit. I 100% have read The Hobbit. Whether I've read Lord of the Rings, I genuinely do not recall. Also, how do you like Mad God? Mad God is definitely like things happen the movie, but I did enjoy it. Oh, this is my rocket battery for Turnip. This is a totally normal thing and it's not weird. I don't even know why I need to elaborate why I have a weird hand doing all this shit. Listen, I understand why they cut Tom Bombadil. I totally get it. Where's my book club to read it next time as a pick? Ooh, that should be fun. Oh shit, that did remind me about like, so I haven't activated yet, so there is a poll. There is a poll that I'm gonna post, like basically I think after I get this brown on, for what video game I want to play next. I didn't consider the idea. Did you guys know that there's a Final Fantasy X style GameCube era Lord of the Rings RPG where you play a bunch of people who are just off to the side of like everything major in the movie? I've been curious about that game for fucking years. I've been curious about I think it's the Third Age. I've been curious about that game for fucking years. No, not War in the North. It's a different one. But I was like, maybe I should put that on the list as well. Maybe I should also put that game on the list. Oh, I'm sorry about you're getting excited because that also means that there's two of them. There's two of these like same like they take place during the movies, but they're just slightly off to the side. Do I have VR chat? Technically, yeah. Like I don't have a VR headset though, and I don't really have my own VR model, so I never really play it. Like I've been with people who have like full setups, and I just kind of wander around, look at weird worlds with them, but I haven't really got that as a thing. God, on one hand, it's like do I always kind of hit that thing where it's like I almost feel like it's like not great to stream a whole fucking RPG, but also I'm very curious about that one. I'm kind of in like a weird spot where it's like I'm not quite there yet, but I'm approaching like the point where like partner might be a realistic thing in the near future, but I gotta make sure I don't sabotage anything. There's a lot of my stream choices over the years have been effectively number sabotaged. Like I'd be like, maybe I should not do that this time. Yeah, it's yeah, I don't even know what the community on there would be like. I don't I'm sure there are people who do that, like Warhammer and fantasy stuff on there. I don't know if that's like my biggest desire to do that right now. Oh, it is Third Age. Okay. That, to be fair, there's like a shitload of Lord of the Rings movie. There's a lot of those. So like, but yeah, it's like I could play it. I could play Third Age, but also like it is effectively Final Fantasy X. It is effectively Final Fantasy X. Tronic, no thank you. No thank you. They do big. Oh, I'm sure they do. I'm sure people do big VR chat stuff. I'm just not super interested. I'm not super interested in it. I don't really got the time. Looking pretty good. I just need to do another layer of the turquoise as well. Also, Chorus No Song, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. How you doing? How you doing? I'm working on rockets. Working on my rocket lads, and they're doing pretty legit. Hack and slash. Oh yeah, wait. I know I've played a lot of the Lord of the Rings hack. I think I've only played the hack and slashes that are based on the movie. Those are pretty fun though. Those were legitimately very, very fun. Because like they were like, you know, they were technically during the era of like yo, a movie came out, so of course there's got to be a tie-in video game, but they were like pretty solid. They were pretty solid games, the Lord of the Rings ones in particular, because they had like I don't think they had all the likenesses, but they had a lot of them. Oh yeah, this is for Turnip28. It's a rocket battery with a hand, as one does. Their layer on the pulled up from that. Stuff with minis on here, so it's kind of nice. Oh yeah. Minis do be my thing. I do Turnip28, Warhammer, various types, Trench Crusade. Every now and then a couple of other miscellaneous things because I like so many games. I like so many games that like people who are in my group are like, how we don't have the mental bandwidth for as many games as you keep talking about want to play. I'm like, man. Pain. They're nice people and they play a lot of games. So the only Facebook games I remember is Vampire, the one that was like, it's effectively like almost like not gotcha style, but it was one of those like log in, do your vampire dailies, bite a friend, get into a PvP vampire fight. It was very bare bones, but I didn't have a lot like. That's not okay. So I both had a lot of games growing up, but also like I almost exclusively played video games as a form of entertainment between like elementary school into high school. Eventually, once I learned about tabletops, that changed a little bit. No, not Masquerade. It was not branded. It was just called like vampire. There's like vampire and werewolf and some other. It did have a lot of the kind of same cultural touchstone. But yeah, I would play those like a non-trivial amount. I also want to add a little bit of stuff to the base. I'm going to do tan for the mushroom. Oh yeah, shit. Hold on. Let me, before I forget, let's go ahead and do, I think it's Amanda. Oh, game vote. There we go. Here is game vote. There we go. That's also on the YouTube side, so YouTube people can vote. I'm just taking just like a very rough survey over what game I will be playing next. I got a couple of options on there. I've been talking about Dawn of War for a while, Zomboid, Half-Life I've been curious about for a bit, just because I know it's sort of like one of the foundational. This is a first-person shooter with a story. Metal Gear Solid 5 because I've not played that one, and also Thief. Thief is a game I've played a little bit of, but like it's got a lot of shit I like. YouTube, please. I have 500 songs on this playlist, and YouTube is like, we'll play the same 3 over and over. Hold on, I'm killing the random. This is fine. I got a Warhammer this year and regionally. Hey, yo, let's go. Did you guys go in on the Skaventide box, or you just pick up some like Battle for Spearheads and just go for it? But yeah, Age of Sigmar is pretty fun. That was the war game I used to play the most back when I actually played Warhammer. I play a lot of indie war games, but Age of Sigmar was sort of like my first Warhammer. My first actual war game that was War Machine away back in the day. I enjoyed quite a bit. Play Zomboids, but I hear some stuff about it. I played Zomboid a very little bit, like apparently like over a year ago. It was like January 2023. I think I played with Echo a tiny bit. This time I'll be doing probably solo, because, you know, I want to just play it a little bit. I don't know how many streams I would do. Maybe, like, it depends. Depends on how much sauce I got lost in. Collab stream win. Okay, maybe in that case, I don't know. Well, depending on the vote, maybe I'll hold off on that, because, like, I don't know. It's weird. I don't think I actually really typically ask people for collabs for non-tabletop stuff. There's like a bunch of things where, because of what I do as a VTuber is so bizarre, that I don't actually have a lot of experience doing like pretty standard collabs and like stream content. Like, a lot of people are just like, oh, what video game am I playing next? And I'm like, oh god, what video game am I playing next? It's just such a weird dichotomy for myself. Debut soon. No, don't. It's also that thing too that I do feel bad about, where it's just like, oh, I want to play games with Hal, I should become a VTuber. It's like, that's not the impression I want to give. Oh, that's not what I want to give. Remind me of StarCraft. I mean, they're different games for the most part, I believe. I've only played a little bit of, like, I played a decent amount of StarCraft and a little bit of Dawn of War 1 ages ago. It was one of those, like, what's it called? It was one of those I finished a game early streams, I think, and it's like, oh, what do I do now? Oh yeah, Dawn of War would be kind of... because like I so rarely finish a game early. Typically, I kind of know when a game's about to wrap up. Oh, I might have missed something. Hope it looks funny right now. 3-way tie, is it? I should get that. Yeah, I mean, worst case, if there's any ties, I'll just choose my favorite. I also know that you people tend to really want to tie stuff, so probably not. Ooh, we also Skaven tied. Yo, let's go. Yeah, oh yes, Skaven too, especially. Like, I don't know your guys' experience for painting. A lot of the Skaven in that box probably are good candidates for speed painting. Definitely give, like, the Claw Lord and, like, the Warp Blaster and whatnot. Give them proper attention and they'll look great, but, like, you're gonna have like 40 clan rats. If you need to use like speed paints and contrast or whatever to get that done, I would recommend doing that. That's what I'm gonna be doing. And I'm a guy that paints on stream. Like, don't feel like you need to hand paint every rat up to tabletop, like not even tabletop standard, up to your best standard. They're gonna die to a stiff breeze, and everyone knows that. So do not worry too much. You did? I did. No, I mean, kind of, sort of. I kind of got back and forth. I'm like, is this getting finished? Am I wrapping this up? Because I didn't 100% know. How you doing, Vengeful Fox Farmer? And how you doing, Easy OST? I am working on, it's called St. Alamei's rocket battery for Turnip28. This is a custom kit bash because it's got like a hand with a bunch of rockets. And then we got this guy who's the guy that lights the rockets. And I'm kind of bouncing back and forth between the various bits because of drying time right now. I'm your mini. You gotta... Oh yeah. Brush on primer is totally a thing. It's just you got like you said, you gotta make sure it's as usual when you do anything priming related, you gotta make sure that your materials are clean afterwards, or else they're just gonna get gummed the fuck up. Would you use for blue Necron Gauss look, like blue glow? Because I think the Gauss stuff is glue. Glue. A lot of times, honestly, what you might want to do, if you have access to an airbrush, definitely like paint whatever bright whites, and then airbrush on the color you want, and that makes it like really pop out. Like so that's effectively what I did for my guys. I think there's ways to do it without airbrushes, but the idea is I paint white on very bright points, and I airbrush a very thin layer of white ink over that. And then you take like either like a very thin paint or like even contrast paint that's been thinned, and then you just airbrush that color directly over the whites, and then kind of extend a little past it to get the glow, like a bit more of a natural kind of look. I'm not the best at OSL stuff, but that has been generally good to me so far. That's been a solid technique I've kind of redone. In your space dwarf test, you should absolutely you should even though you'd be like how to paint dwarf, but yeah, paint dwarf. Those are fun. I have no ill will towards dwarfs or dwarf enjoyers. Basically just going around just like trying to clean up these stalks. I don't need to clean up these stalks too much. They're dirty little base mushrooms. They're not gonna be fuckers that ever exist. These are which I don't know. I forget exactly who makes these, but what's it called? But they do a bunch of like little like basing, just like effectively printable sprues, and I can just kind of knock them off and just grab like some mushrooms. Right? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing, Dino? How you doing? Painting streams, yo. Oh yeah. Was she doing like the actual? I did see a little bit of that. Was she doing like the Horus Heresy Sanguinius? It looked pretty legit. So I'm like, I do not own any of the Horus Heresy Primarchs. Maybe the funny thing is like even like I think I would rather get I think I'd rather get Lorgar than Mortarion at this point, because if I was going to get one from Deathguard, I'd probably just get fucking Typhus or Typhon at the time. How you doing, Fox Farmer? How you doing? Welcome. Yeah, today I don't know. My Saturdays I fluctuate a lot between whether I'm painting or not. Like next week I'm going to be doing Dungeon Crawl Classics with you guys. It's been a while since I've done that, so we're going to see how this fucking works. We're going to see how this fucking works and run the Tournament of Pigs, but with with some twists in there, you know, just like a little bit of fun, a little touch, maybe a lost champion of old returning mist of time, as one do. That's going pretty good. It's a 3D print one. Ah, gotcha. Also, that's totally fair. Horus Heresy stuff is very hard to get from G-dubs, and when you can, it's like $1 bajillion. So I don't blame anyone for going that route. I was just curious because it looked pretty convincing, but I actually don't believe I've ever seen the model for good old Sanguinius. But but fuck yeah, painting on Saturday. Doobie. Can't say Doobie now because that's a real person. It's like how I named my snake Nanners, and then Nanners came back from the dead. It's like, no, I didn't name my snake after her. She's Pink Catwoman. Why would I name Snake after Pink Catwoman? That's mostly dialed down though. Now people are just like, do not question why I named my snake Nanner, because she looks like a banana. That was it. That's the level of that. Ah, that's fair, Jaquel. Let's see. I think Lorgar looks pretty fine. I think just some of them look pretty good. I don't think all of them are great, but you know, old Forge World resin, kind of getting an age. I do kind of want I do kind of want to get that Erebus Core Pharaon 2-pack though. Maybe one of these days. Oh shit, that's also another thing I was going to show you nerds. How much space on? I'll come back and wait for these vampire stalks to dry, and then I'll fuck around with it a bit more. But so when there's a guy who came to my shop and sold a bunch of old Warhammer models, I got. Yeah. Where's that ancient bastard? Hope I did. That's how you doing, Sunblock? How you doing? Welcome. Showing everyone, I got a bunch of the very old Chaos Possessed. These guys are old. They're ugly as shit. But hey, they were only like $15 for 5, and I think I can still use their parts. A lot of times I've noticed with the older Marine parts, it's like, head's still pretty solid. Head's not bad. Backpack is pretty vanilla, all things considered. Arms, fine. Legs, ugh. Legs and torso. You could even, these are 5th edition ones. Yeah. I think I could just cut off the torso and put it on like, there we go. Just put a couple on the Mark 6 bodies. And like, because these are more hero scaled, everything's kind of bigger and stubbier, which I think would still work good. Like if I just cut off that, basically just like all the top stuff and then maybe the torso, I could probably get a pretty legit looking. Effectively, I'm going to use them for Gal Vorback. Mind you, I'm probably eventually going to get some better looking ones. So it's like, yeah, I'll probably need a bunch at some point. gonna be like the worst is the worst. Also gonna start doing some metals. I got so much metal to do on this guy and then also this guy. That's how you doing, Arcana. Going pretty good. I'm doing a bunch of stuff. Doing a bunch of projects. Got my little dry palette. Sons of Horse run a warband. Oh yeah, there's like a couple of those. There's like a whole little section I remember reading about very, very briefly on like a wiki dive about like, effectively it was like the slave wars and then like a little bit extra that. It's pretty much like as soon as the Horus heresy sort of failed, everyone's like, Sons of Horus, you failed us. And then Emperor, God, the amount of conflicts that's caused between chaos factions that are started or egged on by the fucking Emperor's children is quite a bit. It seems like whenever shit really gets fucked up with like inter-chaos fighting, it's usually like the Emperor's children at the center. Like not even like Alpha Legion trickery. It's just like, or like even just like faction disagree. It's usually Emperor's children being huge assholes to everyone. It's very funny how that keeps working out. Yeah, I think some of the Sons of Horus stuff is pretty cool, but I've been my sort of heresy / like non-Death Guard Chaos Army is going to be word bearers. It is. I mean, it's one of those things that like I imagine just because the way they eventually wrote the Emperor really does make it seem like, yo, what happened? What's the moral of the Horus heresy? That daddy issues can ruin everything if left unchecked. Please learn to love your children and listen to them and treat them nice. It was very funny in Betrayer though, when Gilliman and Angron got into a fight, and as they do, and like Gilliman's like, I can't believe you became a heretic and you're barbarian savage, and then Angron basically just like yo, Gilliman, you were raised on a planet where like your father loved you and you had all the amenities and everything was not a shithole. And no one drilled anything into your brain. And it's like kind of Angron bitching, but like he kind of just keeps talking about how much better Gilliman's start was, because it really was. And just like Gilliman eventually just kind of like shuts the fuck up and they just start wailing on each other. Gilliman's also using dual power fist, which is not what I think of Gilliman. I mean, I know they have different loadouts and everything a lot of times, but it's like Gilliman with 2 power fist, huh? Oh yeah, no, I'm not surprised. I just find it funny that like it's not even me. They're just always at the center of most inter-chaos conflicts. It's just really amusing. Yeah, Angron did a lot wrong. Angron did a lot wrong, but like the fact is like because like once the nails were put in, he's basically fucked for life. That like that's the tragedy of Angron, is that like he was fucked over by things he could not control. I don't know if I like you'll have to explain the Angron and Gilliman being similar. You'll have to explain that one. There's like a lot of similarities between other stuff. That's the one I don't know if I follow entirely. And that was they did have a big old brawl, and good old Bobby G got fucking wrecked. Which I mean, there was like a 2-on-1 fight, so like he really didn't have a chance, to be honest. Everybody was fucked up, so maybe that was kind of his hope. It's like, everyone's fucked up, but I'm Gilliman, and I got tactics and honor and courage and whatnot, you know, as Gilliman does. Luckily, like, oh god, I'm good. I need to repaint the bottom and everything anyway. Oh, I think it was just a little bit of dripping. I don't think Gilliman's got anger issues though. Like there's like Dorn's got anger issues, you know, Kurz has got anger issues. I don't know if I'd say Gilliman has anger issues. Like you'll need to explain that one. You'll definitely need to explain that one, because he holds it in pretty well. Like I think like as much as it is fun just to kind of just like, you know, just kind of like poke fun at the various Primarchs and stuff, I do think the Ultramarines generally have their shit together. Yeah, he's like, his issues maybe might show up in some other books, and that I could just be unaware. He's like doing fine. Oh god, I don't use non-metallic metal because I don't like the way it looks a lot of the time. Like that's my personal beef thing. Yeah, but every Primarch when they get really mad they explode. Like I don't think I would say Chorus Corax is really angry, like known for being angry. But like when Lorgar fucking like betrayed him and he's like, Lorgar, I'm gonna kill the ever loving shit out of you. Like, yeah, I get that. I don't think I would be like, oh, Chorus Corax, one of the angriest Primarchs who ever existed. I think there was a lot of justifiable anger for a lot of them. Yeah. The tricky thing about this is like, I don't think there's ever going to be a really good way that I could reach into a lot of this. I'm sure I'm going to be hitting angles of this model where I just like look around and it's going to be like, oh, there's a bit of white I missed. And kind of catch it in some like little bits and starts. But yeah, no, I mean, I could say like Kurz has got a similar anger issues to a certain degree. It's hard to beat Angron and anger issues though. I mean, he's angry Ron. Peter Turbo's kind of got some bad shit going on. I do think Dorn like is probably the angriest secret loyalist. He's got because Dorn's got the seethe going on. Dorn's got that seethe that like Perturabo also has, where they get angry and they seethe and they seethe and they seethe and they bury it and they bury it and they bury it. And then there was the bit where he was like, where Garo was like, yo, Horus betrayed everyone, and then Dorn's like, I'm gonna kill you now. I'm gonna beat you to death. How dare you? Like, I think that's more of a like, that's more of a explicit like, goddamn, that's a bit. I mean, when a guy says like, yo, your super cool brother has betrayed everyone. That I can understand why you'd be upset, but still. Yeah, although they are, yeah, that's why like a lot of the like the thematic rivalries are because they're like pretty much opposite. But I actually do like that one where it's just like between the like Imperial Fist and Iron Warriors, and because they're very similar, but just like to the point where they're just similar enough to really grate on each. Catching little. I'm catching little bits. Disappear, Petulant Man-Child versus Detect. How's that bringing him in? Oh yeah, the thing is like it's like Warhammer, because there's just so much material. Like there is a reason why lore Warhammer person is a job, because there's so much, and then you have to get and then there's the memes and out of context. Like there was I forget exactly what book it was from. Well, how you doing, Robert? How you doing? We're talking Primarchs while I'm painting Turnip, because why not? That's just how life is sometimes. There was like an excerpt where specifically like after Fulgrim got killed, I think Peter Turbo, Perturabo got his hammer and specifically tinkered with it to make it worse as a sort of like 4D chess practical like move where it's like, aha, if somebody was to ever pick up the hammer, if they knocked out my hands and use it against me, they'll find that I made it awkward and weirdly to use. I didn't train myself to use my weird hammer that I purposely fucked up. Aha, I am a genius. And it's like, even if you do the like a lot of Perturabo's like modern vision of himself is very much meme driven, that's still very silly. That's still such a like, you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh yeah, winter's finally getting close. It's up reasonably warm. 56 Fahrenheit, which is, I don't remember the Celsius conversion off the top of my head. I'm sorry. I was raised in glorious Burgerland. Glad. After for sure. But yeah, it's yeah, okay, so it's still kind of leaky. I just go ahead and do. No, I need to. I guess I could run this with a hairdryer if I really start like super drying it. I think I'm just gonna leave it. Maybe just get a little bit of that palm work. Oh, my face. Oh god. Oh, that sounds fucking awful. How are you? Are you all right? How are you holding up? Greater than 0. It's too warm. Nah, I don't know. I like it. It's weird. I used to like it a lot more hot, and then now I'm just kind of like, I'm basically cool with whatever. It's hammer time, yeah. And then like someone tries to strike him, and he goes, "Can't touch this," and just fucking like does that like little shuffle off to the side. Cover that up a bit. I really do like this fucking... This is Succubus skin from Vallejo, and I really like it. It goes on super duper smooth. It's really great. I'm pretty comfortable. You can see I got my layers on. How you doing, son? How you doing? Welcome. I'm working on some miscellaneous turnips. Now redo your boots. I get your his little tassels. Some old gold. I'm doing pretty good. Today has been getting a lot of models today, figuring out what I want to do for the for next Sunday, because I want to use next Sunday for going back to run some games for chat. I've also, I don't know if this is going to change, if I'll hear back from them anytime soon. Moriko Bat at Video Games Kyoko was showing off a thing on Twitter about using, it's called like Violet Tools, to do a bunch of like really cool like stream interaction stuff and like little like dialogue windows. I was like, oh, that looks sick. And I was like, is that something you can still get? And she pointed me to message the dev to see if I can get in on it, because it's like a closed beta. So I'm hoping they reach out to me, because I feel like if I could get that would be really, really banging for some stuff. I could have like a lot of like nice little NPC portraits and little dialogue boxes and stuff. I'm like, ooh, that sounds really banging. That's okay. Repeat. Like 4 stitches. Oh god. Hey, at least it's like a cool scar, I guess. So yeah, if you're down for it, I guess it's not the worst. Still sucks and is painful, and hope you the best of luck for your recovery. It really is. I haven't tried the rest of the. I could do another quick test. Hold on. If you guys don't mind while this is drying, I can do a very, very, very quick skin test. So I basically got more or less. I just went to the entire rack of like, these are the skin colors from the Vallejo game color range, and I was like, yes, I'll take one of each of these, please. Like, there's that. Here is Anthea skin. I think the idea is that like they flow into each other. So if like you want someone to have like darker skin, you can just start with a darker color and build up. A little bit of that. And I still got the boys. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll show you how it's gonna look. Let's see how you did, Alfarius. I'm sure you are Alfarius and not Alfarius. Yeah, this is like sort of like the second to highest. It's go on so much better than my olders. Like my other ones must have either been like totally just like pigments are separated in there, or they were just like not great skin shades. Yeah, no, this is really. I might probably need to layer it a bit more compared to the other one, because you know it's going for like not as dark. Oh, camera froze as well. This is great. I'm like, let me show you guys this thing I'm painting. That. Camera to restart. Everything freezing takes. There we go. All right, the lad. So this is Anthea's skin. Just like one quick layer on the head. Not too bad. I mean once again that went really smooth. I have another one kicking around. We're gonna do rosy flesh. I like how I just like oh this one needs a lot more shaking. I did that thing where I began to open it and then just like colored water comes out. Might have shook up the other ones. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, that's much better. Yeah, that's much better coverage. They definitely. I must have just shook up the one as well. There we go. So much better. Once again, though, I'm pretty sure some of those older skins I had were just like chint, and that's why I was like, oh, these are garbage. But like, this is a thin coat going on, good coverage. Get into the void that is his neck. There are colors whatsoever. How you doing, Ligerman? I'm painting the Vikings again. No. I'm testing out some skin colors real quick. And I still have them kicking around my desk. See, how do you like the the succubus one? I think it's like let's see. It's like succubus skin. Write that down. It's like that. There's a solid in the 3 bottle. Oh, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Games Workshop paints. I've mostly moved on from them. Though I don't know if I'll be able to help you with them being wacky, other than just like they're not great. Oh, to be fair, Ink You by Darkness is a shade I really, really like. That was one of my favorite G-Dubs paints when I used it. I've moved on to for similar colors and other ranges. And this is their Pale Flesh. All these other ones have like really what's it called? Have like really kind of like flowery fantasy names. Like, what's this? This is for pale dudes. It looks good though. Fuck up that butt. Hey, there we go. Nice. Shades and technicals, less system specific, same. Like, it's basically at this point I'm down to warp lock bronze and that's it. All right, so like here's how the rocket battery is gonna look. So this is the base. This is the rocket hand, which I think it's mostly dry. It's gonna sit somewhere along the ballpark of like here-ish. Probably aiming it so the rockets are relatively flat. And then this guy is going to be sitting here, just kind of just like kind of like he's the guy who'll like the rockets. I think he just looks really good standing on this particular pose, which is why I'm going for that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, if you ever get some more palette, I don't know. I think Ivory Tusk from Tooth and Coats is Pallid Witch Claw. I think. You can go switch to that would be easier. If not, it's Pallid Witch Flesh isn't too bad. Well, it's a reasonably solid color. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to doing the metals now, even though I stopped earlier because I was like accidentally, what's it called? Maybe I should paint the rockets first too. Yeah, but to be fair, I run my lights pretty bright. I should probably tweak my lights just a little bit. I'm also going to make the rockets red, but I'm going to shoot for like a brighter red. So I'm going to start with the gory red, and then just kind of eventually probably do a little bit of highlighting with the brighter shade. Yeah, but it's like, so it's like bright light, little bit of shade, stuff like that. How you doing, Pig? Welcome. It's a real hand. Thank you. To be fair, this is just one coat. Also, Dragon Trapper's Lodge also does really, really good STLs. This was made with my shit 3D printer, but like you can, like even with like a 2K printer, you can still see a bunch of like really cool wrinkles. Yeah, I did get my light changed with this big bulb a while ago. And ever since I did, I have noticed like a general increase in my stream quality. I think there's like a couple little camera settings like, but oh yeah, catch you later, Jekyll. But yeah, I think otherwise, like, I'm very close to my ideal setup. I've been talking about that like one camera that I would like to get, one of the camera lens I'd like to get one of these days. But like, even prior to that, my setup is like pretty well tuned. I do tend to tweak it every now and then because like, I don't know, it's like, this is my thing. I gotta make sure that I'm rocking like a D setup. Like if somebody else is doing like, I'm trying hand streams for the first time. I just use whatever I got kicking around. That's fine. That's not a big deal. But like if I'm doing this on the regs, how's are you doing, Heather? I have not. The only McDonald's news I know is that they made like another cute anime girl advertisement, so I've been seeing a lot of fan art of her. Specifically, the thing I really enjoy is that people are using her to bring back Mickroll, and ooh, baby, let's go. Let's go. I love me some Mickroll. Mickroll is life, Mickroll is love. Oh, well, that's cool then. Okay, I didn't realize that they had to get like a McDonald's branded ice cream technician, which is why everything took so long. That would explain a lot, actually. That would explain a lot. Mickroll. Oh God, God, do I feel like I need to show you guys Mickroll, but I need to set this up right. Hold on. I don't know if I have a setup that I could just do a video real quick. Effectively, Mickroll is like it's like an old Mad. Or like I think it's called Mad. Like when they do like they just take like a bunch of parts of like a song or a video and they kind of like remix it into a song of an old like Japanese McDonald's advertisement set to Toho music, and it's really good. It's classic internet. I can do it. I go. Hold on. Yeah, no Mickey D's egg roll. Okay, here we go. Let me pause this. Oh God. This setup for Mickroll is going to be way more involved than I was thinking, but I kind of feel like yeah, Magic is in a Magic is even in a spot where people I know who are like, I'll basically buy whatever from Magic, or like, I don't know how I feel about this anymore. Even them, they're like, we're beginning to hit the limits. We're beginning to hit the limits of what we're down for. Then stop audio, turn on. All right. Yeah, we're about to Mickroll. We're about to Mickroll. Let me check this. I'm sorry. I was not expecting. I need to apparently have a better setup. Yeah, Pig, I had to. People don't know what Mickroll is, so I have to enlighten them. Let's. There we go. It's art. It's art, but it's been coming back because of the new McDonald's anime girl. We're back, baby. Time's a flat circle. I still love this video. It holds up very well. Hey, Bird Goose. I do love you and Owen Sir. Jin Alpha might unironically like this. You're not wrong, actually. It's so good. It's so good. I showed this to like a normie friend of mine once, and his like, normies know what Rickroll is. Rickroll has entered pop culture. This has not. This is the advanced Rickroll for weebs, and it's still very, very good. I'm also painting while we're doing this, but it's fine. I'm just painting rockets red. It's fine. I've been seeing people make like new versions of this with the new anime girl from McDonald's. I'm like, I'm so happy. Bros, my bones are re-knitting. I'm actually returning to calcium. Also, by the way, we're watching the whole thing. This is not negotiable. How you doing, Duke? No, you're learning culture. Culture is happening right now. Robert, it really is. This is a classic. It's a bit of a forgotten one, but it is. Oh, there we go. Coming into the real nightmare now. I also think this is a string for Toho. Toho music is so good that you can basically do whatever and it still sounds like a fucking banger. This is a make classic. No, this is a classic. Objectively, this is a classic. I need a little pledge. See, confused? Don't worry, you'll see minis. I'm showing everybody classic internet. Listen, let me react to Andy at least once. How you doing, Shadow? We came back to art. Also, the little punch. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Oh shit. Oh yeah, yeah. Hopefully your power comes back. Take it easy, yo. Yeah, definitely be safe. Come on, miss. It's part of, to be fair, there's very specific circles where this was shown in. This never hit the mainstream. You came back to art, sport. You came back to arts. Funny thing is, I'm still painting while we're doing this. I'll show you what I'm doing afterwards. It's fine. You don't actually need to see me paint models. Everyone says you came here for me, so I'm putting that to the test. Oh yeah, I'm a weirdo. That's why I became a Vtuber. It's great. I could listen to this as I go to bed. Like, it would soothe me. It would tuck me in. So many of these rockets. I think a little good progress with the rockets. Okay. All right. Yay, let's go. Nope. I don't think that's I don't think that was a bad song for the autoplay. I did open up an incognito tab because you know I'm a well-versed citizen of the internet, so I know how you do it. Mute desktop audio. Let's get the actual. Let's get my originals. I can get like if this gets like demonetized on YouTube, it's gonna be very funny. All right, we're back. There we go. Yeah, Spooky Scary Skeletons is a mainstream. That's fair. But yeah, so basically for a lot of people who are like, how have I never heard of this? It really is. Older internet was definitely more community-based, and like a lot of those communities existed in isolation. Now if a meme gets big, it'll explode. It'll reach everywhere. There'll be infinite variations of it that are specific to a fandom. So like if there's going to be like a goofy little video, and then like the people who like, let's say like Blue Archive, because it's Blue Archive in many ways is very similar to the legacy of Toho in terms of just like media exposure. There'll be like a Blue Archive version of like a meme, and that'll just get played out over the course of like maybe a week, and then it'll burn out, and then the cycle continues. The endless loop. Oh yeah, no, I'm fully on board with the VTubing is a combination of like a bunch of like Gen Z weebs, but also the old like millennial retirement home of like people who are parts of various online communities who are now here. Like I'm pretty open that I am, was, and probably to some degree will always be just like a denizen of that guy, if you will. But like that was its own like real cultural bubble for a while. Did it eventually like pierce through and hit other areas? Yes. But like a lot, the fact that the culture now is dead, but that's kind of like distributed to the rest of the internet is sort of just like, I'm not old man like shake stick at clouds, but it is just like we live in a different internet than the internet that produced that. Mind you, people on Nico Nico Doga are still making beautiful, beautiful mads of like the most insane horseshit you've ever seen. But a lot of Kirby gourmet remixes are still being made this year. Day gamers are seen as lower than D&D players. Yeah, I mean it's I don't even say it's a day gamer, but yeah, it's like things are different now. I don't miss everything of the old style of internet, but I do miss a lot. Scaring an older one that I knew that was like, oh wait, did you just show a lady? Oh, did you just rickroll? Oh, like Mickroll someone? Fuck yeah, let's go. That's also the thing too, is a lot of people actually are aware of what rickroll is, so you can't really rickroll them anymore. Mickroll, I think, is still like underground enough. You could do that. Yeah. Oh, Iron, how you doing? How you doing? Yeah, it is. It is very much the spirit behind Gachimuchi stuff. Like that's the same group of people who were making like the Mickroll stuff. Very, very, very similar people, and they're still being made. Like the fucking like some of like those like the Octagon of Destiny collab thing was very much a project in a similar mindset. Done more. It really has. It's funny because I mean, like Rick Astley. It seems to like out of a lot of people who get like meme famous, he's taking it pretty well. Which I mean, it's people just liking his song. Like I think a lot of people are like, huh, I got fucking pranked. The song actually kind of fucks. It's a good song. I don't think like I don't know. I haven't listened to a lot of his discography, so I'm not gonna say it's his best because I don't particularly know. I know he's got some other ones. Like there's like the Together Forever. I don't know the full lyrics on that one, so but it's more of him. Channel cable that just shows Islands RC. Oh, that sounds fucking. Oh, that IRC on TV sounds fucking wild. Yeah, I did kind of miss out on the IRC days. Really, like I was there during like peak forum culture and then sort of the fallout of forum culture. Like you still kind of see forum culture even on places like Reddit to a certain degree, but it's a very different, or like Discord even, but it's like a very different version of that. And like there's still a lot of the same issue. Like, you know, if you have an opinion that somebody who runs the forum dislikes, you'll just be ignored or kicked off or worse. I'm not saying like, oh, I got kicked off for saying gamer words, because there are people who are like that. No, they're like legitimately, I could be like, yo, like we're going back to like an example I know, like D&D. If I say like, I actually think like D&D 5 5th edition has a lot of weaknesses, and then maybe if you have to keep kit bashing a system into something that works, maybe you don't actually like it as much as you say you do. Like some places would agree with you, or like you could get into a debate on that, and other times you'll just get fucking ejected from wherever that was at. Which is why a lot of people sought out alternatives to forums, which is also maybe probably some weird kind of like lingering cultural offshoot that probably did lead to like Twitter and like Tumblr being sort of like forum substitutes in a weird way. Game words hit again. I guess I'm not surprised, because like there's always an edgelord. Like there's people that want to be edgy, and it's probably genuinely hard to be like edgy. Like, and I'm not talking about like Love Shadow the Hedgehog edgy, as in like trying to rile people up. And like a lot of unfortunately, gamer words are very easy to use if you don't care about your future, and just want to get a negative reaction out of someone. The lasting consequences are not particularly known to teens, but that's a lot of times if you tell them you should not use those words because they're bad, they'll be like, ooh, I now know a word that will make you upset, and they put it in their repertoire, and it's opposite things happen. By like 6, that sounds vaguely familiar. Yeah, no, I don't know. I've never been a gamer word guy myself because I just like to talk about things I enjoy and cool things, and then a lot of places on the internet uh like to get fights instead, and that makes me the big sad. Consider the Civil War is what is TRG like? Is Tumblr still got like a TRPG scene? Once again, I know Tumblr is still kicking, and I keep forgetting that it still is sometimes, just because it's like gone through a lot. These rockets are coming out real nice. I'm definitely gonna, once again, I definitely want to highlight them a bit more, which is why I'm just kind of like layering on this red that's a bit darker, but overall pretty good. That's why we love it. Oh yeah, the funny thing is, I keep hearing that mindset a lot. Someone's like, Tumblr's basically a corpse, and it's great because we just get left alone and don't have to deal with like ad fuckery and whatnot. Which, hey, Blue Sky's been kind of like that too. I do like that I don't get like 8,000 crypto ads on Blue Sky. That has been very fun. Blue Sky has been very, very fun. I'm not gonna lie. I have been enjoying it. It's odd though, because this is also my real interaction with this is gonna sound weird, but like as a guy that is effectively a tabletop RPG / Warhammer guy, mini guy in general, I haven't interacted with like that side of a lot of places because like Twitter's algorithm basically can still wall garden you off, and their hashtag system doesn't work. So it's like, I just never got to interact with that whole side of thing, and I'm doing that now. And it's odd. It's just like getting used to like I'm somebody that like if somebody like retweets or reblogs or whatever's like 10 things in a row, I get like mad, not like legitimately anger. It's like, oh, please fucking stop, please stop. But that's like pretty common in the mini sphere, where it's just like, hey, show off your work, and then somebody will like, they'll do like a big thread, and then the guy who opened the thread will then decide just to retweet or repost or whatever everything in there in a row, which is just like can be upwards of like 10-15 posts, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? How you doing, Fagoth? How you doing? Camo green or green and tan? I could see both. Green and tan would just make sense if you're doing like vanilla Cadian. Camo I think would look pretty bitchin' if you have like the means to do so though. How you doing, Fagoth? How you welcome. Sip real quick. Stretch. Ah, there we go. Like, yeah, but like, it's like, I can understand it too, because like, I'm coming from it from a different like perspective. Also, I'm just generally aware it's like, what's it called? There's like, effectively like Twitter and stuff would always also just kind of like shadow ban you if you did a lot of retweets or like stuff in a while. Even if you do a lot of images, you kind of get like ducked in the algorithm a little bit, which as a guy that likes to upload a lot of images, because you know, I like to do like a little image when I go live. I like to do one after I'm done going live. I like to do one when I get like a query that's ready for posting. So I'm pretty sure I've just put myself in forever gay baby jail of whatever Twitter considers a good idea to sort people. That has been great that Blue Sky isn't like that. So that might be why people are more willing just to, I don't know, just like there's no real downside to retweeting stuff. Yeah, that's a hand. You really got to hand it to me. I picked a pretty cool model for this. Oh, how I'm leaning into your guys' mischief. But what's it called? It's yeah, this is the idea was like seeing the hand just immediately like, what if I put rockets on that? That was the entire basis of this kit bash. It's just like, what if hand put rocket? And it's working pretty good. Okay, we're beginning to get the medals now. Then which needed to happen. Probably touchies. But once again, do you see that? Oh, the squishy one. Yeah, I forget what it is. It's like the idea. It's like you have molds for your different monsters, and different monsters require a different amount of material, which is sort of like the balancing factor. I saw that. I think Minky showed me. I was like, it's one of those things. I was like, this is neat, but I don't really have a reason to try it out, I guess. Like it's one of those things. Like, I don't think I know anyone who would play it with me. And also, if I'm spending stuff on hobby stuff, off the cuff jokes from me. Hey, there we go. There we go. I think it's a very neat idea conceptually, though. I also like. I've been thinking really lately on the idea of like ways to bring people into games, like not even like a whole like gatekeeping, anti-gatekeeping thing. It's like, you know, there needs to be like ways to onboard new players. Back metal. I'll make the entire back metal. It's like that's something you could like get a child to start with. It's like, there we go. Just start planting the seeds for a new gen. Yeah, I would play that at some point. Fan meetup. I don't know. I always feel weird about the idea of a fan meetup, mostly just because I'm a very personal person. Hence Vtuber. But I have heard Vtubers do those, and apparently they're pretty fun. Can be pretty neat. Yeah, I mean, I think also it's very much the demographic of people who play board game. But idea is cool. I'm willing for people to do like weird, like, I like the idea of people innovating. Like when the innovation happens, even if I'm like, I'm not into what they're doing, but I like that they're fucking around with the idea. Hey, it's all good, yeah, Unity. I'm glad your power's back though. I'm glad that was just like a temporary little power blip. Otherwise, that sounds real fucking shit. Hey, I'm just painting little medals on the lad. Thing is, I definitely want to get to the point where I can just glue this fucking hand onto the base, but I also pretty much need to like more or less get it completely done. Oh yeah, I think it'd be good for kids. I think it'd be good for kids to get them in there. That could also be maybe the demographic is like nerdy parents. You know, you're like you got a little kid, and you have devoted your life to nerd bullshit. Let's get them in there. See, I've always wanted to play Twilight Imperium. I've been close a couple of times. What happened is that every time I tried to play Twilight Imperium, I'll go to someone's house who has Twilight Imperium. It'll take hours to set up, and eventually the other people say like, yeah, you know what, fuck it, let's play Smash instead. And I like Smash, don't get me wrong, I'll play Smash. I will Smash. But like, I want to play Twilight Imperium. Like, I'm sure that's something where like a digital version would really help, and I think there is a digital version, but it's like, because like Twilight Imperium's got that reputation of like that's like super long political board game, and it's like, yeah, that sounds neat. I would love to give that a shot at least once. You know, just like, you know, give it a try. But circumstances just show up, and then it just doesn't pan out. It doesn't pan out. Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. Oh yeah, I could see that too. Like once again, I'm jelly at people who are second generation nerds, because I basically was like first generation nerd, which makes me sound like a fucking asshole. But like, you know what I mean. Like I didn't really have like there were people in like my adopted family that were real big on all this stuff, but they were like uncles that lived far away. So I didn't really get tutelage in this thing. Like I only learned tabletop games. Oh god, these are slightly out of sync. That's fine. I was like, the backs are like these are all over the place, but you know, it's Turnip. It's Turnip. You mean Smash the game, not like the other. I did one of those things called like an open-ended joke. Sorry, I'm just fucking around. That just made me seem extra mean. But yeah. I was making a little joke there. Yeah, I could see, like, honestly, having the host pre-plan would have been a great idea. I don't think that level of forethought was put into any time I went to play Twilight Imperium. I think the idea was there and the game was there, and that was about the extent of the planning. That'll on the end, and will let me type up the top of this. Where's a cup? Oh damn, nice. How is your Elvish? How is your Elvish? I'm not allowed to speak Elvish as part of my guild requirements to stream, but mine's also very poor. I'm shit at Elvish. Wasn't raised with it. But how is yours? How is yours? Also, still blows my mind that in December there's going to be Lord of the Rings but anime, and there's going to be minis for it again, which feels weird. Well, let's see. Have yourself a good night. Oh yeah. Best of luck with the D&D. Best of luck with that. Get easy. Have a good rest. Have a good rest and prepare to fucking speak French. That's all you need. Any language, you just need the equivalent of like, where am I and how do I get to a bathroom, and then also how do I pay for this? That'll give you like a pretty decent foundation amount. Yeah, so it's like it's a prequel for like the Rohirrim. I'm sorry, my actual Lord of the Rings like better setting knowledge is a bit rough, but yeah, it's a prequel Lord of the Rings Middle Earth anime. I forget what studio's working on, but it's like being released in theaters, which is why I'm pretty sure Games Workshop is making minis for it. Like, Games Workshop has the license to do Lord of the Rings things, but I think they can only do movies, which is why there's never been Rings of Power mini. Or maybe there was, and then the sale, like the viewership was just not high enough, and they're like, yeah, fuck that. We're not gonna do that. But yeah, it's coming out in December, I believe is the. I don't expect it to be good. Like I'm kind of just extremely wary that it's going to be bad. I might still go and see it anyway, you know, just because like it's kind of rare when like we've kind of reached that point where a new fantasy movie reaching theaters is kind of rare. Though admittedly, I did not watch the D&D movie, even though everybody and their cousin was like, Hal, listen, it's not that bad. It's actually pretty good. I was just like, I don't know. Everything I've been sold on makes it sound like it's just going to be incredibly quippy, which is not one of my favorite things. I'm so burnt out on quips. I might still give it a watch one of these. I think I did better than video. Yeah, you say that, but the bar for the isekai video game to the anime has never been lower. Like, it's like it's almost unfair to compare the two. Because from what I understand, the video game was so bad. Never blown out of water. I keep hearing that's pretty solid. Yeah, I do think it's, you know, it's actually kind of weird that I haven't shown you guys the D&D movies, like the 2000s one, like the one with like who was in there? There's like a famous comedic actor who is in like one of the main protagonist characters, which feels weird, but I'll have to retouch up the red for these. This is looking pretty legit though. Anime Harley, cute. Yeah, I can understand thinking that. I do wonder, like, I'm very guilty of this, but very much like Thing Japan, for Harley. I don't know. I think I also have just become jaded to like Harley-esque characters, which is odd because on paper that should be an archetype I like, but I think it's like an overexposure plus hearing people get real annoying about it has kind of like tempered that. I will say I'm still weak though, because people have been making a lot of like, I've been seeing more and more artists do like, what if Sadako from The Ring was cute, and those target me in a way that I should not. Like, I was not prepared for this. Like those activate my almonds quite fiercely. Yeah, Jeremy Irons is in those D&D movies. Don't know what he's doing in them, but he's in them, from what I understand. Scott Pilgrim ruined it. I actually like Scott Pilgrim though, weirdly enough. By all accounts, I shouldn't, but I did enjoy it. I didn't see the Netflix show though. I have not watched the Netflix show, even though I've also heard that was good. I've been told the premise is very different of the Netflix show. It's actually like doing its own thing, which I appreciate. I'm not super big on like one-to-one remakes of things, but just like, I don't know. I also did not like the Scott Pilgrim movie with Michael Cera because unironically, I read the comic and I was like, Get this 40-year-old, like, sad man out of here. Like, the Scott Pilgrim in the comics is... He's still a prick and an asshole, but he does it way different than fucking Michael Cera. Michael Cera should not have been anyone's first casting choice in that. Marlon Wayans. Yeah, one of Wayans brothers. There we go. I was like, he's famous. He's a famous comedian who's in that D&D movie. But I don't recall why or who he is. It's him, yeah. There is a D&D Book of Vile Darkness, which is also weird because I know the Book of Vile Darkness has been a D&D artifact for years, but I associate with the 3.5 Book of Vile Darkness, which is we're Wizards of the Coast in 2000s. What if we make the edgy Book of Edge, but also we're Wizards of the Coast? We're just gonna make it's more weird. There's the one with the guy who had the baby armor though. Like he had the meme of the baby armor, but it was real. Which, you know, wild shit. How are we looking on these rockets? Little bits. Like a bunch of little mail bits. I'm jelly. Do you know that the Book of Vile Darkness is like a fucking collector's item now? Like it's that and the Book of Weeaboo Fighting Magic are both like $100 or more. They're weirdly, because I think the Book of Vile Darkness didn't get a huge print run. And it is neat as like a weird cultural relic. See, I don't remember much about the Book of Exalted Deeds. I did remember it was similarly kind of like weirdly edgy, but like it did that thing where it's like, we are good guys, we'll never use poison. But here are poisons that only work on evil people. Huh? There you go, good guy rogue. And it also had those exalted feats that I remember that, like, if you follow a requirement, you get a lot of bonuses. I think there was specifically a I think the Vow of Poverty, which was in there, was like a way that you could run a monk that was semi-viable and like not using like the Tash Torah like optimized monk bullshit, which is the best way you could have really ran a monk in 3.5, but you jump through so many hoops. I vaguely remember Vow of Poverty Monk was at least solid. Yeah, oh god. Yeah, I forgot about the mind control stuff, to be fair. Now let's do some dry brushing on the metals, because I'm going to need to touch up the other areas. Yeah, Honor Among Thieves is a new one. There's Book of Vile Darkness, and I think there's just one called like D&D 2000, which is the other one. Yeah, I'm gonna use my Warp Block Bronze when I do my metal dry brush, just because it looks good and I like it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, mind control stuff is already kind of in like a very weird area of yeah, Good Boy Edgy is really silly. Like, it's like one of those things that like I look back now, it's kind of like, that was a fun thing. Like, I find that kind of stuff it's bad, like it's dumb, but it's like, man, 2000s, huh? Wasn't that shit wild? that's my thought on just like a lot of weird shit from the 2000s. Like, crazy, right? Oh, I think I wiped up way too much of this. Oh yeah, I forgot about skill tricks. I don't think I ever really... So the weird thing is, like, I used to, like, really religiously keep up with, like, how all the very interlocking components of 3.5 worked. And I never actually really got to bring that to the table. I was forever GM, but, like, none of my players knew really anything about D&D. So, like, they weren't looking up, like, all the complete books. Like, I owned all these, these books of options that no one used. I did have a player in, like, that early transitional stage between Pathfinder and, how does I do Encryption? I don't think I give you a proper hello. But there was that period where people were like, it's the same thing that happens whenever there's, like, a new edition or something, when they're like, yo, hey, we at Pathfinder will let you copy over stuff from 3.5. It's cross-compatible, baby. And they weren't wrong, but it's like when something gets legend in Warhammer, where it's effectively put into the retirement home and will be phased out, and eventually you're just not going to want to bother because it's not worth it. Like I don't think Pathfinder ever made anything that I really felt was like a good replacement for Weeaboo Fighting Magic. But like eventually the groups I was in just stopped using it because like I'm like we weren't super really big on having to bring stuff from 3.5 anyway. Hal, that was your bag. We're just gonna look at the new stuff Paizo's releasing and just that. And I don't blame them on that. It makes a lot more sense. Like if you were just like Pathfinder is my game, that's it. Just stick to official Pathfinder material. Yeah, I think that's also it too because like I love 3.5 in like an abstract level. A lot of that system is a broken piece of shit. Like objectively, it is an objectively broken piece of shit with some really cool ideas. Like 3.5 for me is the epitome of like good ideas but poor execution. So like I could see why eventually you'd also be like, yo, this Pathfinder was not made to survive 3.5's bullshit. Like if you're playing Pathfinder and you introduce nightsticks from 3.5, which were a way for clerics to basically get disposable options to channel. I believe that's how they worked. Where clerics were already super strong in 3.5. Which I always love how that turned out. So like nobody really realized when developing the game that clerics were really good because they basically admitted, yo, this is what our playtest team looked like. You're a cleric that does nothing but heal. Like you're the passive friend that is just there to be there and heal the party, even though healing in combat is inefficient and generally a bad thing to do. In general, healing, it means that like your enemy is still alive and you'll never healing outside of cheese would never outpace damage outside of like I think later Pathfinder stuff would kind of tweak that a little bit, but yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, because like there was cool stuff. But yeah, but because they borked the idea, they're like, okay, we'll make cleric the heal bitch, but we'll also give it like a bunch of stuff to kind of supplement it, not realizing that because it like if you don't play it like a heal bitch, you actually have a full caster that has good armor that can swap out your entire spell book. Like even if cleric didn't have some already stupid interactions, it basically meant that every time a new book came out, and assuming your GM was like willing to put it into the game, you had the option to swap around to basically an entirely new set of spells every time a new book came out that had cleric spells in it. It do quite a bunch of stuff. But yeah, there were cool ideas though, which is why I still think of like Incarnum was really cool, where you're binding the souls of different magical animals to your body, or like just like human souls to them. You had what's it called? You had the Book of Magic, like the Tome of Magic, which had vestiges, which were you binding the spirits of effectively beings that no longer existed. Like if you kill something outside of the universe, like when you make something dead, like when you kill a god in a way they can't come back, something remains, and like binders would still like latch onto those. It was also kind of funny though, because like binders, like D&D kind of does that thing, at least I can't really say for super older editions, but even older editions to some degree. You know, the idea of like I like playing like a persecuted caster, like someone who's really, really dabbling with stuff they shouldn't be dealing with. That's like a front to like the church. You can kind of do that with like core wizards and stuff, but a lot of stuff is really not based on that idea. So Vestiges and Binders kind of took that thing where they're like, yo, we here at the church, you know, just church of like Halor, do not like this, even though like functionally it's not that big of a deal. How you doing, pup? Yeah, this is going to be the St. Almet's rocket battery for Turnip, which I've decided just to put on the back of a big crawly hand, because that gave me the idea to do so. This will be usable in Turnip. It'll be a rocket that fires rockets that make people panic. Really, really cool. And some of the monster books were good. if you have any interest in D&D 3.5, even if you will never play it, look up 2 books. Libris Mortis, I don't know. Libris Mortis, the Book of the Dead. Listen. Just bear with my mispronunciation. And Lords of Madness. Lords of Madness is one of my favorite tabletop books of all time. It is lore that fleshes out undead, like undead and aberrations for both of them. Really gets into like the societal implications of both. It really gets into the like their cultures and their origins and their like. It would give you like the physiology of a beholder. Like you would get diagrams of how the beholder's organs work. It was really cool. Yeah, Libris Mortis is really good. Yeah, Libris Mortis is really good. I still like Lords of Madness better, but it's because I skew to horrible creatures from beyond time and space and Wiggly Boys more than undead. Which, if anybody has seen me paint anything I do, that should not surprise you, really. The foundations for me being a Chaos Boy were planted very early. I need to paint the hand in a way that I can glue it to the base so I can hold it by the base, but also it's a little tricky to do. Oh yeah, a lot of them were a lot, and like the thing is a lot of them were a lot in a bad way, which is like, hey, if you go to any of the complete books, like complete Scoundrel, complete Mage, it's just gonna be just raw stats. It's just gonna be numbers and nonsense. Like you're not gonna in the year of our Lord 2024, you're not gonna have a good time. But Ghostwalk, you can open Ghostwalk and mine it for ideas for other systems, which I think is like the strongest suit of some of those like really lore intensive ones. Yeah, Dread Necromancer was good. Was Dread Necromancer? No, I think Dread Necromancer was in Heroes of Horror. If I unless it was reprinted in that one. It's been a while. Part of me wants to pull off the actually, but I'm like 50-50 chance on whether I could be wrong. So I'll hold judgment on that. And wait for that hand to dry and then dry brush the cloth. Oh yeah, we were talking about the Book of Vile Darkness earlier, specifically because of the D&D movie that has the same name. Oh, I think I remember. It was using stone. It's just entirely faded off my palette. Hold on, let me snooze ads. Yeah, it's the Heroes of Horror. Yeah, let's go. This is what I hate about my brain. I have terrible memory. God-awful memory. I barely remember shit. It's a struggle to remember things I do a week ago. Why the fuck do I still remember that Dread Necromancers and Heroes of Horror? Like, on one hand, it's fun for conversation, but it's like, man, I feel like sometimes my brain is a hard drive that is just filled with garbage, and I just throw out the newer files so I can put more garbage in. Yeah, the Shadow Magic was cool, but kind of jank, and then, yeah, they definitely borked true names, which is sad. Yeah, it's so funny, though. Like, so there was a class called True Namer in 3.5, in that same book that had the binder and stuff in it. And the idea was you use skill checks for magic. So it's like, okay, I want to do a magic spell. Okay, I'm going to make a skill check. It's going to use a skill called like True Naming. And if it succeeds, I do the thing. So it's like I can use it for buffs and whatever. And the idea conceptually is like, hey, let's say I want to use it on a creature of X power level. So it gets harder to use. You know, you cast a True Name spell on a dragon. It's going to be harder to use because the dragon has higher hit dice. The problem is, True Naming had a lot of buffs, and as you leveled up, you got harder to use True Naming stuff on. So it was just like the biggest clusterfuck. Actually, it probably wasn't those pages. Actually, Dread Necromancer was in Heroes of Horror, specifically pages 263 to 265. I could go check. I do own Heroes of Horror. It's in another room, but whatever. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. I love the Swill Fishman. I have a couple that I printed out that I have not done much with. I'm really sad about Swill, so I need to confirm this, but I heard that Swill has effectively been finished. Like, effectively... I gotta get me an actually emote. But from what I understand, Turnip Max is sort of pass it off to someone else. Like it's just they're just not. They're just not feeling it. They're just not. He's just not feeling it anymore. And I think the idea is that to work on a expansion to Turnip, which will be coming out, which probably is a better use of his time because, like, that's his game, and like a lot of people want more content for that. But I'm kind of sad because Swill is going to be Turnip28 skirmish game that was like, what if in the center of the earth there was a lake of like mutagenic oil, and near that lake was like a Victorian society based on like cigarettes and fish that was just getting into scraps with each other. There's been some cool art and stuff, but I need to double check. But I've heard that the game is effectively like, not feeling it anymore. I'm just gonna move on. Yeah. Try to sleep. That's a mood I understand. But yeah, hopefully if you want to sleep, hopefully you can. Easy though, have a good rest. Some of these little stalks are a little crunchier than others because they got the what's it called? They got the texture paste on them. Yeah, I don't think I got. I gotta like get like super detailed. But yeah, I'm a little sad about that. But like, hey, new Turnip stuff is cool because like, Turnip is now the war game I play the most. It is the war game that I play the most at my shop. So it's like, any more expansion that does directly benefit me as opposed to like another war game. But it's like, that's still kind of a bummer. I also kind of get it though. Like the skirmish game space is very, very contentious because like if you're starting a new game, it makes sense to make a new skirmish game. But because like, the scale's really good for new people. But by that same degree is competition is stiff because everybody's making skirmish games because it's the easiest way to do things. Like, you don't have to sell someone a whole army, but now you have to sell someone why your game is the best. And I guess if you're not like, there's probably a lot of pressure to that. If you're like not feeling it anymore, whether it's like a anxiety thing, or maybe you're just like, you could, as somebody who thickly jumps between project to project and doesn't necessarily finish everything, I get it. I do get that idea. Yeah, that's time consuming too, for sure. Even the thing is, even though Turnip is still pretty quick, so it's like even maybe also too, maybe it's like because Turnip is effectively a game with like 4 units and then their leaders. It's not quite so. It's there's a couple of these games that I don't know if I'd call them skirmish. Like Turnip probably is more skirmish, but also A Song of Ice and Fire. That one is a big rank and flank game, right? Yes. You do take big trays of dudes and you slap them into each other and you do maneuvering and flanking and whatnot. But also, because of the way it's built, there's actually only about 4 to 5 units on the table. So it functions a lot like a skirmish game, which is really wild. And like Turnip is kind of like that too. There's effectively 4 units on the table. As of like skirmishes will have like individual one figure stuff, and there's like movement and stuff to go with that. So it's not like the model distinction is entirely nothing, but like similar lessons are being learned but applied with like pseudo skirmish models. Like that sounds oh god, that sounds wild when I say that. Stop. I almost used a totally wrong brush. Like I almost took my dry brush, end without paint first, and almost dunked it into my water. Nice. So how are you doing, Eep Jeep? Yourself a good lurk. I'm about to say a good night. I mean, if you did have yourself a good night, I totally get that. Going to now dry brush the little cloth, because that's easy to do. I'm just going to take a buff. I'm just going to hit that with like just a little dry brush. Log this shit. I'm getting to the points where I've been using a lot of like I've actually been using a decent amount of my older paints, but yeah, I've been taking the paints that I don't want anymore, and I've been bundling them up so I can give them to my magic group, because like, I don't know. They're oh god, so much. Oh. Even they're getting burnt out about the idea that there's going to be a SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob will be a Magic the Gathering legal card come next year. And even they're like, I don't know how I feel about this. Oh yeah, I'm glad you like it though. This is gonna be for Turnip28. It's turned out pretty well actually. I'm pretty happy with this. Oh yeah, do a little bit of sculpt mold too. Oh yeah, oh god, yeah. Hold on. Hey, let me dry brush this and I'll grab you the image from that. They basically announced I think it's gonna be a secret layer. I don't know if it's gonna be like they have admitted that there's gonna be a whole ass Spider-Man set. But yeah, they've confirmed SpongeBob will be a real thing. No, that's real. Magic did like a big thing today where they're talking about Foundation Era, which is like the new design paradigm. They're basically saying Universes Beyond sets will now, like, there was an Assassin's Creed micro set that was released a little bit ago. And the big thing about that Assassin's Creed micro set is that was not standard legal. If you went to standard, you could not play the Assassin's Creed cards in it. But I guess they got some blowback and are continuing to prop up the dying corpse that's Hasbro. So making the fact that you could play SpongeBob SquarePants in standard might actually be like a, I don't know, a thing they want to shoot for. But yeah, let me grab that. No, that's not a shitpost. Shitpost. SpongeBob secret layer MT. This is official. Play Magic. That's the thing though. That's the thing, Robert. That's not a bad take. Like, as someone who plays Magic, I get it, because this is what Wizards of the Coast wants. They want people who don't play Magic to buy the cards, so they're succeeding in their marketing. But yeah, Secret Layer X SpongeBob SquarePants. So on one hand, maybe they'll just do the thing like they did with some of the other secret layers, where they just take existing cards and they'll just, or what they'll probably do is give you the option to run SpongeBob as your commander in EDH. Because that would print money. There are people that would get into Magic if they could play EDH with SpongeBob as their dude, as their #1 guy. Actually, probably going to dry brush the hand as well. The hand has like a lot of really good textures that I think I would totally miss out on if I decided to paint. But yeah, no, that's a thing. Yeah. And it's, once again, I dislike it, but I get what they're going for. The strategy, if you're like, how, I mean, it's both. I mean, there's plenty of secret layer Universes Beyond though. But I mean, because like they're doing the Marvel one. Like right now they're doing like you can have Wolverine as your commander very, very soon. That is in a secret layer. As far as I know, they'll never make a proper non-Wolverine version of that effect, but soon be able to run Wolverine. Big thing I need to do is they got these little like firing sticks, a little rod. I think I need to paint those a different color. But yeah, no, it's. I also think Wizards of the Coast is just going like, hey, if you have a franchise that has got like good public will, but might not be like the most alive, like, hey guys, what's modern SpongeBob doing these days? Is it doing anything worthwhile? You're probably, the answer's probably going to be like, nah, or like, I don't know. But like, if SpongeBob got a Magic card, a lot of people would be like, I like SpongeBob. I have fond memories of SpongeBob. So it's like, it's probably gets you a good ratio of like nostalgia to like investment. Need a Bacon Puppy. I don't think so. Like, the last Universes Within we got was like what the, been quite a while. It's legitimately been quite a while. I'm trying to remember the last Universes Within we got. Because we got the Stranger Things. We got Street Fighter. And I think that's it. I don't recall any others off the top of my head. of those. I think basically they said they were going to do that as a cope mechanism. It's like think of all the things they would need to do if they wanted to do a universes within version. They basically said that like Doctor Who, Fallout, and Warhammer, those decks are not getting universes within version. They might do like if they might do a universes within version of all the Marvel guys, maybe. A couple of other ones. Lord of the Rings, yeah, they basically said they're not going to do universes within version. How color do I want these sticks? I should just do like a lighter brown. Good lighter. Not tan. Steelage and Drought might actually be good. So yeah, I'm of the opinion that hoping for a universes within version of any Magic thing now is just basically cope. I think it's just cope because Wizards needs to keep the dying, like Wizards of the Coast is keeping the dying corpse of Hasbro alive, like the fucking Emperor, where it's just like just keep throwing lives into it, and then hopefully it'll work out. I think I'm gonna get like the sides of this. I think if I'm just gonna get the top. I'm probably gonna dry brush the wood. Very happy that this is like out relatively quick. Kind of on the fence whether I'll get this model done today. I'll get it at least close. 1,000 childhood dreams a day, indeed. Yeah, you gotta fuel this. What color is SpongeBob? Has to be at least part red. There's no way SpongeBob isn't red, just because he's chaos and impulsive and whatnot. Doesn't super think things through. I don't like. It's one of those things. Like I know SpongeBob is a character, but if you're like, how make a SpongeBob magic card? I'm like, I don't know what I would do. I know what he does, but like I don't know if like. Oh god, no, I know what he does. He will be a. Actually, assuming if they use existing cards, they'll just take the one Tiefling guy, from the Aftermath set, the one that's Naya colors and lets you cast stuff from exile, and then when someone casts a spell from exile, you generate food. That would, if they're going to use existing cards and just do like a SpongeBob version of that, that's what you would do. He's absolutely the choice you would use. Otherwise, I do think SpongeBob will use the food mechanic. I think SpongeBob would be. I do think maybe Naya food would make sense for SpongeBob if it wasn't him. Some red and maybe white. It'll be some sort of food mechanic, fry cook and everything. Oh, there's absolutely going to be a Krabby Patty food token in that set. That's one of those things I would almost guarantee, because they'll do thematic tokens. Like they'll have like there's an Iron Man token that's a treasure token that's just like his energy core now, which that's as a thing that like if you had to do an Iron Man card, that's not a bad way to do it, but oh. It's weird because like the thing that fucks with me the most on this is like as an enfranchised Magic player, I've seen like Magic used to have cooler settings. Like they used to have a time that you would go to a setting, you would be at that setting for a year, flush it out, and then you would have something neat. Now, has Magic settings always been great? No, but like there's a reason why like people still remember like Mirrodin and stuff. And meanwhile, people only remember Strixhaven nowadays specifically to yell at the D&D supplement, which produced Silvery Barbs. I know so little about 5th edition these days because like that's just not a system I'm interested in, but even like learning that was the origin of like a spell that people hate forever is just very, very funny. Look pretty good. Strahd 1.0. That Strahd was pretty solid. I've been trying to set up a bit. What kind of bit? All right. Do you need bit assistant? I was just like hand holding woo. Okay, guys. I need you to give me some credit. I am 2.5 hours. Oh, this one. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, that was a good one. I've gone 2.5 hours without doing hand holding as a joke, so I think that's pretty legit. Yeah, my group plays Pathfinder 2. It's a generally solid edition. It's as a system, it doesn't excite me a huge amount, but it's just mostly because, like, I don't know. It's, for me, it's just kind of doing the same thing D&D does, but like less terrible. Like, if you're just looking for D&D that's like less terrible, I do think Pathfinder. It doesn't activate my almond super hard though. It does not activate my almond super hard. It could also just because that's just what my group has been playing for like years. I'm like, I'm tired of it a little bit. Like new stuff is coming out for it, and I'm just like, it's fine. It's Pathfinder out of 10. Those Delta Green, some of the Delta Green stuff seems pretty legit. I still need to get. I have like 2 things I need to get together. One of them is going to be a well, I'm also gonna try doing the rosy flesh, just dry brushed onto the skin. Is more Lancer, and then I want to get a Dark Heresy thing going. I gotta figure out how I want to do that. I want to figure out how I want to do it. Like, do I want to get a group for that? Do I want to run that for chat? I don't know. Conceptually, I like Shadowrun, but goddamn, running Shadowrun was a huge pain in my ass. Like, it was, oh boy, oh Shadowrun. I also did, to be fair, I also tried to run 5th edition, which might have been my mistake. It was the newest one at the time, so I was like, this should be fine. In fact, it was not fine. But conceptually, I do like it. Is one vaguely interested VTM group. I mean, it's like, well, I get it, but also that's still pretty rare. Oh, okay, that's a good option. I feel similarly to Rifts, where I do not have any interest in running the default Rift system, but the Savage Worlds Savage Rifts is apparently really solid. You don't have to deal with like mega damage bullshit. Like, mega damage exists and it will fuck you up, but it's not like the entire game is warped around it. Oh, this hand was made for dry brushing. Oh, this hand was made for dry brushing. I'm beginning to get all these like little, like, once again, this was my dying printer. The very last thing it printed was his hand, and it's still got like really good texturing on. You can also see a couple like little print fuck ups, but that's fine. Like, that sounds rad. Such weird, become an improv game. You kind of have to. I actually think like because like the base system is you just like roll a bunch of dice and see if it works. With like a little bit of like edge manipulation, that works generally fine enough. It's like when you get into like the specific systems of everything. It's like, you know how like technomancers work and deckers and physical adepts and like other adepts. Like you basically start getting into overlapping magic systems and stuff that just becomes pain. Agony even. That's actually something I was thinking about. There is like there was a bunch of really good Shadowrun RPGs that I have. I have shit because I don't know if did I kickstart Shadowrun Returns? I don't think so. I think I just bought it roughly around the time the Kickstarter ended. I've had that one for a while, and I don't remember if I have like Dragonfall or Hong Kong or not. I think I have 2 of them. I need to know. Shadowrun Returns is definitely one, and I might have Dragonfall. Holds on this hand. Ooh, like it's got. Once again, shout out to Dragon Trapper's Lodge. Dragon Trapper's Lodge. I believe this is right. Yeah, they would be hard to get. I'm not worried. I'm just thinking which ones I already have. Yeah, they go on sale like crazy often. Also, speaking about, like, you can see there's like a little print defect on that thumb, which I'm just going to make it look like it was scraped. Like, I'm just going to put like a little bit of blood there. Oh yeah, the Dragon Chat. I got their Halloween kit because I wanted some of their lumps, like this lumpy boy. And I didn't realize that they had a thing where if you just fucking subscribe to them during October, you get all the previous months of October. So I got so much stuff. My lovely mimic lump. Check him out. Is that what you wanted, Crichton? I completed the ritual. Like I was like, oh shit, I was getting tons of models. I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna do with all these? And I saw this hand, and I was like, that's what I'm doing with this. I am absolutely gonna give this thing rockets. Yeah, they're all really, like, I don't know if I'm gonna use most of them. Like, there's a couple, like, this is totally the Scooby-Doo gang, which is, you know, fun for a Halloween thing. I will likely never use them. I will likely never use them. But still, cool to have. And there's like some mimic suits of armor, which I'm like, oh, there we go. My brothers. Which is pretty cool. There's some other nonsense. Right. I'm also gonna give this probably one other dry brush with the even lighter skin tone, for like some of the higher bits. Oh yeah, exactly. Like you get like, I think that's the one with like the zombie dragon, and even a lot of the like the monsters that are supposed to be like really aping Scooby-Doo stuff still like would fit in various games and whatnot. So I'm not too upset. Once again, I was expecting to get some models, and then I got so many models. Like I legitimately cannot complain. I cannot complain about getting more models than expected. Spikes keep like, they don't hurt, but I can feel them catching onto my gloves. I'm like, don't fucking shred my gloves, please. Please, none of that shit. Okay, oh, there's like a little bit of... I think that'll go away. Once also you can see more printing holes around there. What other dry brushing do I want to do? Yeah, let's use the pale flesh as sort of like the topper for this. How you doing, Mittens? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm making a Turnip28 rocket batteries. I got this guy. I got the base. And he came this way. He had nothing in the back. I attached rockets. It's fine. He's evolving. He's becoming more powerful. But yeah, it's turned out pretty good. I've been having a lot of fun with my new printer. Next week, sure. I really like how these like heavy weapons team bits came out for my heresy dudes. The head, backpack, gun, arms, and there's a power cable which I don't have ready to go. We're basically all from the same guy, and they look excellent. So how wanna be on? Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Albernop the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. I'm painting a fucked up hand. How you doing? Get these like knuckle bone areas with like the most. What are you up to? What are you up to? You were doing. What are you chatting about? What are you chatting about? Yeah, I'm working on some models for a war game called Turnip28. It is an incredibly baller game that I'm a big fan of. So if you like to check out indie war games, strong recommend on Turnip. It is the war game I play the most these days. And right now I'm just trying to like dry brush this hand to really get the wrinkles to pop. You're testing a new computer. Nice. How'd it go? How did the old test go? I don't mind if this looks a little. I'm also like doing that thing where I'm not siphoning off the stuff into water. I have like a little dry brush palette on my lap. But well, hell yeah, let's go. So thank you. I'm glad you like the hand. It is I've actually only just started working on this today. I'm making crazy progress, which is very rare for me. It feels great. Like, I spent 6 hours painting a bunch of berserkers on Wednesday, and I barely got anything done. Meanwhile, this guy, to be fair, it dry brushes really well, which I think is what's really accelerating the speed at which I get. So all I need to do now is, like, dry brush the wood. Okay, what do I do with the wood? Oh, yeah, I use the, aged, what's it called? The buff color. A little bit, add a bit of a ruin. Quick little tip. Yeah, I'm glad your stream went well. I've been having fun. Okay, actually, this is looking pretty good, top. and just reawaken a lot of these like little texture bits. Well, buff as a dry brush color has been very, very nice to me over the years. It does really good for aged wood. How you doing, Meister Miller? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm working on this fucked up little critter. Probably get the size of his fingers again. It's going, but yeah, it's be going good over here. I've been working on the lad today, and other lad, like the commander lad, will need attention. But if I get nothing else done, getting the getting the large bit of this is where I really want to play. So airbrush on the wood. A lot of this I can't really reach, but that's fine because it's gonna be sort of out of sight, out of mind. But yeah, how you doing? How you doing? Night has been doing good, doing really good. It was a pretty good day too. I've been having a good time, and having a good time getting a lot of stuff done. Tomorrow's gonna be 2 streams, which will be interesting. I do need to like. I'm kind of surprised because like they were like, yeah, we're doing Vampire Requiem. Oh shit, I didn't realize. I didn't realize people were still doing Requiems, which I forgot that there was like second editions for a lot of that like Requiem era classic like Chronicles of Darkness books. So I was like, oh shit. They've introduced like a decent amount of new stuff in there with like better kind of like social mechanics and masks and veins and whatnot. I was like, I do not remember that. Welcome back, Jay. How you doing? I'm dry brushing the lad and getting, oh god, he's stabbing my hand. Just think of that like how just like grabbing the scene. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait. Did you duck out during Mick roll? Do I need to play Mick roll again? No, don't worry. I won't. I won't play Mick roll again. But God, I love Mick roll. I still think I consider that an educational experience that I made a lot of you sit down to watch Mick roll for the first time. We'll believe it. Like a little dot. There we go. Post in Discord. I can post Mickroll later. Touching stuff up. What if Oh, that drippy. That drippy real bad. Hey, there we go. Fingernails. Yeah, there we go. I'm using this buff color for quite a bit because it's like a good kind of like yellowy sort of off-white. This is going to be... Yeah. Oh, gross. Really watery. I think the color is good. Oh, there we go. Gotta make sure it's like the right ratio. A lot of little areas up on the... Fine. Not super hard just to go back and just... Their fingers are like weird and lumpy and also fine. So it's a feature, not a bug. Oh yeah, this is looking. I'm very happy the way this is turned out. I need to like brighten the. I need to brighten the rockets as well, just because I want the rockets to really pop. Imagine probably once I get the fingernails looking good, I'm gonna get. When I get him to the point where I can glue him onto the base, I'm hoping at the very least I can get this enough that like I don't know when I'm gonna be able to play tournament at my shop again, because I think I usually play on Sundays, and next Sunday I want to try to get a game of Saga in, because I'm very excited about that. So I might be out of the turnips for 2 weeks, which has been quite a bit actually. It feels good to be like a regular war gamer, like that older part of my life that was like prior to like COVID and stuff kind of came back, and it's nice. Like even when I played like at the Warhammer store for like Age of Sigmar and stuff, I didn't really have a group. I just had like I was just playing pickup games at the shop, and that was fine. But you know, it's a very different setup. Gravel. I did add some gravel, but I see your joke. But this guy actually doesn't have any gravel on it. Can't even give you shit for that. This will be kind of messy, but that's fine. But yeah, I legitimately have been using a lot of gravel on some of my, like my Word Bears projects. I've basically been using texture paste. I'll do texture paste and then I'll do a fine sprinkling of gravel over it. That way I get that like nice kind of dirt texture, but also I get rock texture. Man, I love texture. Texture good, texture good. I didn't decide to do it for this space though, but I also really gotta hit into you. Hey, there we go. I'm surprised I didn't hear that one earlier, but it's both a compliment and a pun, so I can't hate you for that. Well, you are complimenting my work in a weird roundabout way. So I'll take the W where I can get it. Up a little bit right at all. These ones got that, and they barely. Side ones. I gotta get them a little brighter too. Not the worst. Grab onto the fingers. I kind of got that, yeah. Gotta hit it. Oh, that's the same joke. You can't use the same joke twice. Come on, come on. You gotta treat me a little better than that. I need a new unique pun at least every time. You guys are fine. Very least. Oh, good. You know, I said that. I almost just like shoulder checked a bunch of like my metallics palette, which I don't need to write this right. Freakish. At least for me, that's going to be kind of intentional. Oh, God. Ah, no! I'm so worried about this guy. Fuck! I'm so worried about this guy cracking, Hal says, as he lets it tumble to the ground once more. I'm so clumsy. It's kind of amazing that I do a bunch of delicate little work because I am the biggest fucking goof. I'll forever be haunted by the fact that I was given a test model for Trench Crusade and I fucking dropped it and broke it. I do need a hand pun. It's not even pun. I do need one. Why not? I totally just missed one of the fingers entirely. Excellent. Love it. Love to see it. That. I think I have a point that I want to apply to the fingernails just to make them look extra gross. Once again, my Nurgle painter thing is like, I'm gonna make them look even more disgusting. Just like, just kind of like mix it so it's that kind of white. I could do just the cuticles, but I think I'm just gonna do like streak. Nurgle's rot. I don't have any, weirdly enough. Once I sort of learned that you can basically do Nurgle's rot with just acrylic gloss medium. Back. Basically, I think the only technical paint I still really use to any degree is Blood for the Blood God. I haven't really found like a great replacement for that. I think what I gotta do is if I can glue him to the face, this will be nice and handy. Dropping him in. There we go. Better anything. All right. Fingers. Any finger details I might need to like pop a bit more of the real color. Yeah. I think I'm mostly just gonna need to get like this. So it's like this finger a little bit. This finger a little bit. Fine. This angle could probably use a tiny bit more love. So excited. This is like be close. I was worried that this was going to turn into a multi-stream affair. Like no, this will be probably like reasonably nice. Look at the rockets. The rockets are priming. I could use one more layer on this. And then thing is, I also too will eventually, like, once I re-glue it to the base, I will apply more dirt texture, which is also probably a reason I don't think I'm finishing this tonight necessarily. Because usually that dirt texture takes fucking forever. It's really very, very nice. But it's mostly just to make it sure it's like, looks like it's just not kind of floating above the stuff. I do want to kind of it. Which is unfortunately is a little touched up. So happy with this. It's not like that. That's the thing I really like about kit bashing is like in addition to like, you know, painting models is good, but then when you see like a kit bash idea like really come to life, you're like, let's go. How you doing, Silvers? Yeah, it's effectively the thing is strapped. He's got them rockets. How you doing though? How you doing? Welcome. I've been having fun painting up this bad boy today. I had a little bit of dirt color on the base, but otherwise this guy's basically been entirely painted on stream. It's been going great. How you doing? How you doing, Scratch Built? Been having a grand old time. Finishing Warhammer's books, playing. Oh yeah, I should check out the video game poll. I should see if the numbers have switched around. We're still in a three-way tie. Here's a good idea. Okay, I'm gonna do game vote. Once more, if you have not voted yet and you would like to determine what game I play on Tuesday in it, that will be the choice. We have a couple of games there as well. You got options. You got 2 votes. And so what do you want to see this elf play? I think the plan now is just to glue him to the. I also think this is going to distort the colors a little bit. Like, these 2 fingers are going to be free hanging. Just got to make sure this season 2 of the Rings. How is it? I did not watch season 1. This glue tends to, like, stain things, but I think I'm going to need the power of this, like, ultra gel. I'm sure there's cannibalism mods. Like, I put Zomboid on there because it seems cool. It's just mostly like, you know, I want to get everyone's kind of like general opinion on it. I'm gonna fuck up the scheme a little bit. Let's level. There we go. I need to make sure that all the fingers have some. Oh shit, that's actually like coming together very nice. Like it? Zomboid would be a very good Halloween game, to be fair. That's not a bad idea. If my Warhammer just score for too many cannibalism jokes, they are weak. Weak. Was it a Blood Angels one? Or is this a setup to a bit? I could feel like it could be both. Got this little like print. I'm gonna do this. Start basing that with like a dark red. I was very confused. Which Discord though? Like, would you be able to say? I feel like Warhammer people are well acclimatized to cannibalism jokes. So if they're getting upset, they are weak. Ain't no snitch. That's fair. You know what? Totally okay with that. All right. So this guy's gonna dry for a bit. I'm going to now do this guy. How you doing, Lost Silver Silence? Yeah. So yes, it's a hand painting a hand. This is for a game called Turnip28. I'm building Alamei's rocket battery, which is just like a bit of artillery. I got this dude who's going to be the one lighting it, and he's just going to sit like right here, you know, just living his good life. How you doing, Angel? And where's the Night Lords be like, and how like working together? it'd be weird because those are both like some of the most team killing, backstabbing legions. I think it's one of those things though you could make work. I mean, there's Warhammer's big enough you could always like have like, yo, these are held together by like some like captains that have like saved each other's life, or some mutual respect, or circumstances brought them together. There's a couple of different options for that. Gildorn can't read. That one I kind of get. Like, I like Adric, don't get me wrong, I listen to it. But I also totally imagine that, like, if you are, like, a Warhammer Discord or Reddit or forum or whatever, and someone just comes in with Adric memes, you're probably like, nope, stop. But Lost Silver Silence, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Welcome. Hell yeah. So give me a quick sec. I need to take a very short idle break. I will be right back. This will also give this guy time to dry, and we'll work on his handler, I guess is the best way to say it. Anyway, BRB. What? Hold on. Stream Deck is not working. Stream Deck? Stream Deck. Waiting on OBS. I can do it, Madel. How you doing, Skull Bros? Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. I'll explain Turnip when I get back. I will be. There we go. All right. Manual style. Let's go. I like making funny voice. All right, let me put my glove on. My ears are forever squished. Oh, there we go. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome. I have returned. So, handler's right, indeed. Also, so Turnip28. Hold on, I think I still got the. I still think I got the like little. So this is where I'm gonna find out if I put it over on YouTube. If not, I definitely have it on Twitch, and then I could just link you. Oh yeah, there we go. Let's give the YouTube side a little bit to catch up. For some reason, the YouTube commands they're both using Nightbot, but the YouTube ones take like infinitely longer, and I don't like. Okay, I'll manually copy paste. Oh yeah, so that is a Google Drive for it. I do not maintain or own this. This is the actual official one. Turnip28 is a body horror Napoleonic root vegetable board game where you play a bunch of incompetent idiots like dueling it out in the muck. It's a really cool game. I'm a big fan of it. It's one of those games where it's very your dudes. It's got this kind of like body horror whimsy to it. It's got basically a lot of stuff I enjoy in games. That's the one I actively play the most. I do play Turnip28 the most. I think gray gloves. I think like medium gray gloves would be good. I don't want to do. I feel like I want to hide his exposed skin because I really want to emphasize the skin of the thing as opposed to... Where's my... Gray? Light gray. This is where I need to like neutral gray. There we go. Unfortunately, I think my paint rack that I have for my organization has now gotten full, so I need to do some reorganizing. I'm definitely due for that. But yeah, it's a very, very cool game. It's very simple. You don't need a bunch of minis. It's basically really cool because the base idea is every army uses the same units. You have fodder, which are just you get a bunch of dudes. They do the most mass shooting. They're individually very, very weak, but they're really good for holding points. You got like bastards who are your like heavy cavalry, which really fuck shit up. And like everybody shares those. But then you have your cults, which are like what give your army the identity. Like they might introduce new units or modify how existing units work. And some of them are just like, oh, you might get access to grogs. Oh yeah, it's minis agnostic. There are official bits, like my mini factory has some STLs for it. They have a physical store as well. I have not used that myself just because I can 3D print. I 3D printed everything here except for the base. I mean, I guess this is cork, to be fair. But like, you know, if it's a mini, I 3D printed. But yeah, otherwise, the idea is to use, like, you could use, like, Perry Knights and Napoleonics and just, like, a lot of, like, little, like, Nurgle bits or just, like, bits of, like, you know, anything that could look kind of corroded or fucked up. Lots of beaky helmets. Love me some beaky helmets. Like, this guy's got one. It's a really fun game. It's one I enjoy. My local group likes it quite a bit. Yeah, 3D printing is really great. I'm a big proponent of 3D printing in general, but once again, I am aware that not everyone has the option to do. But if you do have the option to do so, Turnip is a great game for that. What color do I use for fucking sword? Oh yeah, for basing bits. Oh yeah, the mushrooms are 3D printed. Yeah. And then also, a lot of you guys didn't get to see this because I haven't showed up except for early in the stream. Check this out. This is gonna be my Dornian Heresy Blood Angel Plague Marine Chaos Lord. So I got the Plague Marine body and shoulder, and then the rest are Blood Angel bits covered in little bits of corroded paint and or texture for the back, so I could make it look more like flayed skin. Angry Plague Marine Batman man. That's fair about the shaky arms. I will say to a certain degree, some amount of this does get fixed with practice. Like practicing will actually just like build up some like kind of like hand kind of like coordination. Over like if you totally can, I do get it. I do just want to say though that it's not like totally locked off from you forever. Get a little bit of the fire too. I'm gonna start with yellow. Usually I've done like the opposite where I start with basically just water. That's basically just water. I need to shake the fuck out of it. Yellow, I'm using Tooth and Coat's Yellow Flame just because I like Tooth and Coat's in general. There we go. I'm gonna do this right. I have a really bad habit of, because I would do like a lot of like censures and smoke effects that basically start off dark near the bottom and then get lighter as it moves away. Fire is the opposite, where you want to start bright yellow and then just kind of move your way to darker and darker colors near the tips. So I'm gonna do it right this time. Yippee! Let's go. Wait, also, why am I using this yellow? I have another yellow that I totally forgot I have. A man can have 2 yellows, it's fine. Yeah, muscle memory does help too. Like I assure you that my level, I'm not great at brush control, like I'm fine. A lot of this is practice though. I've been doing this on stream for about, it fucks my shit up saying that, like, come April of next year, I will officially be VTubing for half a decade. Jesus Christ. It's, to be fair though, like, it feels like, the life I lived prior to VTubing feels like a whole different man, but kind of. Song feels rude. What's the last song? I wasn't super paying attention to the last song, but I can. If you want me to link it though, I can go back and get you a link. What do I want for your sword? Do I still have a bit of gold? What? All dried up. What do I want to do for your blade? Oh yeah, I could do the turquoise kind of like basically the same corrosion style I did here. That might actually be good. That might be good. There we go. There we go. But yeah, honestly, I don't know. Hell turns to sand. I know. If I had bones, my bones would be turning to dust. But hey, I don't know. Like I'm in it for the long haul. I like what I do. It's legitimately very, very fun. Like, which is like, I don't know. It does feel weird too being around for so long because I've seen quite a big shift in how things go. Oh yeah, if we're talking VTuber years, I'm not like he's not. I was like the fucking dinosaurs, but I'm basically like caveman era. Bunga bunga, me stream, bunga bunga. I play. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what was a stereotypical VTuber game, and it's like Phasmophobia. I don't think Phasmophobia has been big for VTubers for a while. What's the hip new collab game? I'm so out of the loop for like the big collab. I guess Space Marine was it, kinda. I think you had to be like super inclined for that, but I think Space Marine 2 was a good one. Rip on the bud, collab. Oh yeah, but like if we're going just like general internet, definitely. But it's also just because like the internet is more crowded than ever. Like we got there's like a lot of like early 20s people on the internet. And literal children, which is why I don't play Roblox. I'm good. I do not need to play. It's not Roblox is weird as in like it does kind of weirdly remind me a lot of like kind of like early Newgrounds, where it's just like a lot of like weird janky ass games that are kind of aping what's currently popular. So how you doing, Ragnar? How you doing? Lockdown Protocol. Oh, I must be out of the loop. I don't think I've even heard of that one. I believe you though. I totally believe you. I just don't think I've heard of that one. Beckham Palmer having an old man super collab. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Old man unite. I think I need to paint his gooch. Let's get some black. In theory, this is going to be an angle that no one's going to look up there. I typically go to the, like, just paint the entire bottom of black void stuff. Brush again. And we'll get that before I get the, do that before I go for the, like, recoding of ye old boots. Kind of thick. Kind of. Yeah, I'm reasonably older in VTuber. But it's still kind of odd. Like even going back like to way earlier, to, like the Doobie situation. A lot of people who came in when Doobie's previous form was like their introduction to VTuber. Huh. Like it's like yeah, I guess there's been a lot that just like Hollow EN Gen 1 really kind of like these are VTubers. This is how you've heard of them. It was a little weird for me because I came in during the Kizuna. I do listen. You gotta give the gooch some love, or else you're just being selfish. I hate all this. Yeah, I think Skibidi Toilet got like easily overrun by the fucking parkour civilization stuff, which I still haven't watched. I've been told by multiple people that it's actually a fun watch, but I still have. It's once again, I don't have time to watch a lot of stuff I really want to watch. I don't know if I quite have that like level of like, yeah, I'll throw 2 hours away. I'll throw 2 hours of my life away on this. This will be fun. Let's grab them boots. Hey, Reap. Once again, the issue of I have so many browns on my thing now. I don't remember which is which. But yeah, no, I think we've definitely moved on from Skibidi Toilet a bit. Sit real quick. One thing of water. Two things of water. I don't know why. For some reason, instead of putting the first water down, I decided to cradle it into my chest. It really just took the act of drinking water and made it significantly more awkward for me. Huh? There we go. A turnip, be good. Turnip, be good. And it's been neat. My local scene has been turnip, and relic blade in pretty good numbers. So many mini. It's weird because I got a backlog of minis like I shoot videos for. Oh my god. So I didn't put them up, but I did a video rotator shot of my what's it called? My Cataphracti Terminators, and I slipped in a little Kung Pao joke at the very end of that video, which if you'd like to see that, yeah, I don't. I kind of have like a dedicated like what's it called? Little thing in Vtuber Studio. In OBS, because I'm realizing that like I so rarely drop videos in. There we go. But yeah, here let me link this if you want. Peak Kung Pao humor, very end. It's gotta be realizing that I can do a little bit more goofing. I think I've always had my rotator videos be very utilitarian, just because like I'm still relatively inexperienced with doing any sort of like filming and photography stuff for mini. I'm getting better. Like the fact that I'm beginning to utilize a couple of little image processing things like Lightroom has actually been pretty baller. Like I can, it's so good. Oh, it's so good, Fuber. Get your steps in, yo. So good because like I used to basically have to do really weird esoteric positioning to get the right light. So like previously, whenever I would take a mini photo, I would go on the camera. I would grab both of my lights, which I got these little like LED lights, like not the ones that I used to use for the stream. But these were similar enough idea. And I would just kind of like rotate them around and just kind of like move them around so I could find like the optimal like color angle. I don't gotta do that anymore. Which is great because sometimes it would take me several shots to get that. And a lot of times I would like get back to my computer. I would upload the video to like my like video processing software. And I'd look back and I'm like, no, this is all bad. I'm gonna have to go back and entirely do this. And that is not entirely gone. It's getting better. I have to do that less now. We got the well tarnished sword, which is pretty baller. Luckily, this guy's not like the most complex motherfucker ever. Actually, orange, or is that skin? I think that's skin. I'm just like looking at shit. I'm like, it's my entire palette is just like oranges and browns. I'm like, this is dripping. Get that. Let's get the orange part of the flame. I do think this is going to get dinged up to a bit when I do what's it called? I think whenever I decide to actually do the like priming on here, I'll probably just actually I could just avoid the fire when I prime this guy up. Just get literally everything else but the fire. Be like the most elaborate little flame thing I've ever done. I've been enjoying using a lot more like airbrush stuff for like glow and flame effects, but this I don't think it really makes sense here. Like I could add a bit of glow unless I decide to get a little bit of glow on the hand. Oh yeah, we're listening to it's called Heaven's Gate, but yeah, it's got Teto as a voice. Teto's I fucking love. I need to mess around with her more. I got Teto for my birthday, and I've done basically nothing with her, and I'm like, man, this feels bad. How did you get? I'm legitimately curious how I got gold on the chest. I probably definitely gotta start doing the thing where I drill little holes into the. This is getting silly. Let's get a little bit more dark red, and I'll probably end up going back and painting the buttons, which probably require a little bit more dark red as well, but no, I really like it. Really, I probably just, okay. Tips of the feet. The tips of the feet, and then I'll go and do the red on the front. I'm just gonna let this motherfucker dry, because I think I'm just handling him too much when he's... Because he's kinda hard to grip. He's kinda hard to grip. Like, I can get that, I can get the stick. That, and then we gotta do a little bit of highlighting on like some of the bits. Plus we just get like this exact grip angle. Now we're listening to Louis. I really like her voice. Like, it's a lot of newer, I don't know, I guess Hollow Darkness isn't even that new anymore, but like generally a lot of the newer Hollows have some like pretty catchy. Which I guess going back to like corpo stuff, I did, like, when I was waking up, a lot of times I do wake up and I spend a little bit of time just like big chilling in the bed, because, you know, it's comfy in there, it's warm, it's getting colder where I'm at, so it's like I'll wait to heat up and I'll just like see what YouTube gives me. It's like I have been getting some Hollow clips again, and it's weird. Where it's like it's effectively the exact same stuff. Like nothing has changed. It's kind of wild how like a lot of the Hollow clips are sort of like the same sorts of things. But then again, maybe I'm also just getting fed like it's always that tricky thing. It's like, is this like that, or am I in that like algorithm wormhole? Things are heavily dictated by just like whatever YouTube. Drop you there. What do I want to work on now? I work a little bit on these guys. Problem is, I think I just want to airbrush them. I think I just want to airbrush like that, like the red coats, and then the little bit on the back, then just hand brush the rest. Can't do those guys. Good quick model I can fuck on for like a little bit of time. Oh yeah, I could just do some fucking Minotaurs. Okay. Just a little bit. I have to use the same red anyway, so I can just get a little bit on there and just kind of touch up the shoulder pad a little quick. I've had these on my desk for so long. I've had them on my desk for so long, and I look at them and I'm just, you'll be done soon. Someday. I think it's just because like they're not like high priority. Like for me getting my Minotaurs done, I'm like, whoa, I've been working on them and miscellaneous stuff. Also, Camo Cracker, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. How you doing? I'm currently working on some Space Marines, but this is like a supplementary thing while waiting for the turnip models to dry. These are just like they're close, which is I think the thing that keeps getting me. It's like they're both close, but they have like, I gotta touch up a couple miscellaneous details, get some of the joints a bit. Some of the like the backpack accessories. It's stuff that like if I sit down, I'm like, all right, I could just knock out like a little bit, and then it's just like, oh yeah, no, there's a bunch of. This guy doesn't even have a lot of the medals on him. Maybe I just gotta like break them into piles of 5, get them over. Oh shit, I know what I could do. I have an idea of what a thing I can do. Him. This guy is in the same group. I actually kind of just like to get his head glued into that body. Maybe, let me see. Stick that to the side. I gotta wait for that other guy to dry a little bit. Go ahead and give you your shoulder, little shoulder texture. And I think I might have hit these shoulders a couple of times, but not the biggest dealie. I do think just one day I'm just gonna wake up and find that I have a fully painted Space Marine army. I'm gonna be like, what the fuck happened? Knowing specifically that I've painted, I also like, I painted a long time ago a Gravis captain as part of like when I was trying to do like a Howl colored Space Marine scheme. I did strip the paint off of him. So he's basically ready. I also have my stripping bucket has like a pretty good selection of dudes right now. Like I got some Horus Heresy stuff. Really, most of it's Horus Heresy, if I'm going to be honest. I got quite a bit of ye old Heresy lads in there. The funny thing, I was like, oh, this is a mohawk. I'm gonna paint this metal, haha. I did eventually see like the official scheme for these, and that is indeed a metal mohawk. That's not even me being weird. That's just kind of what you do. Skin layered, but also not. Fuck with his studs. Okay, we'll let that dry. And you, buddy, how you looking up? Still a little wet. I could probably grip him from the back and just like paint this little bits. Get a little bit more dark. Yeah, my Minotaur arm, basically both my Minotaur army and my Space Marine army are very much like, if you got the time, which I think lately I just don't. So many little, like or the like, what's it called? The word bearer stuff is doing pretty good. Like I'm getting good progress on that. I need to get the infantry really put together so I could actually put that somewhere. Like otherwise, like it's coming together. An army is being built. I think honestly, this is probably the last time in recent memory where I've seen like an army really manifest. It's still kind of the Minotaurs though. I don't know. I don't quote unquote like pick up a new army, even though a lot of that one is just recontextualizing. Basically just taking stuff from the Age of Darkness starter box. I'm like, what if I actually work on you? Like, what if I actually get a thing going? Oh, yeah. It's basically the same dark red I've been using tonight for more or less everything. It's Vallejo Game Color Nocturnal Red. I've been on a red kick. I do think like my turnip guys were already red prior to the red kick, so they just kind of slot in nicely. But it's like we get a Minotaur's got a decent selection of red. My word bearers are using this red for a lot of their stuff. It wasn't really planned. It's just more of a weird coinky ding, but it's still kind of funny how that works out. There we go. Yeah, it's a very, very good red. Buddy, do I? The thing is, I can't really do anything else with this model until I get the lad going. His sharp is. I'm gonna poke like some like little bright red dots into where his eye socket should be. I'm doing a little bit of eye magic, so just don't mind if this gets a little blurry. I think it's just mostly because like my bright red is like kind of dry up. My wet palette's not been keeping things as wet as I would like recently. Maybe I'm dredging off too much water these days. I don't know. I used to have the issue with everything being really watery and runny, but maybe because I'm no longer. I think I initially would kind of remove a bit of the water because I was using metallic. Those would kind of gum up real quick. But like, I'm really not using metallics for that anymore. Like, oh, shit. Ad break. There and oops. So I do need something to wet it. Oh yeah, where's it? Blazing drab. I can use that around the bait. No, I have an idea. I can use some of the paint that's already on my palette for the what's it called? The khaki color, which is the same color as like the little bandage connecty bits. And put this around there. Yeah, there we go. Get that kind of like, oh yeah, he's using the same parchment to tie up the guy as he is to light the torch. Probably have to touch it a little bit later. Actually, you know what? Hold on, I know what I can do. Really need to get under. Where's a base? don't know what base this is from. This will be fine. I'm gonna blue tack his feet, the bottom. I think at the very least this will let me keep like manipulating him without having to worry about him just in everywhere. He's like the last model in recent memory where I've had to do. Let me get one more. I was like, I could just do it with one. There we go. There we go. Okay, so this should really. This also probably means I might need to varnish this model before I apply the enamel. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. If I forget about it. Oh yeah, it'd be a great color for AdMech. Also, I've been like some of the. I kind of like that, like in Horus Heresy, you can just add like a little maniple of like AdMech guys. Like, oh, that seems like fun, but also Horus Heresy AdMech stuff is ridiculously expensive. Not quite that. Oh no, I should use gold buttons. I'm like, this guy. I've been using that same kind of like Vallejo kind of like tarnished gold on the bullets, whatever the little shoulder flippy flappies are. I'm so good at knowing what stuff is. What's this? The dong plate and the shoulder flippy flappies. So these are technical terms I use on a lot of models. I'm beginning to get like just the right consistency. A little bit of spin that one, but honestly, like 5.5 out of 6, not bad. The pile gross is real. Well, at the very least, my pile growing is in the service of very specific. Like, I've been picking up a lot less random bullshit, and now it's like targeted bullshit. Kinda. Hey, if you too would like to, I don't even need to activate my shilling. My bot now does it on its own. But yeah, if you would like to expand your pile of shame, you should check out my wonderful sponsor, Collectible Squids. A individual directly responsible for the growing state of my back. In a good way. Squids is really, really nice, and I got a lot of minis because all you guys use my. Really banging. Again, I can never stop reiterating that thanks to all you nerds, I'm living the neckbeard dream where I get to paint little goofy models on stream and people like, ooh, painting your goofy little models, magic man. How you doing, Verathor? No, I mean you're not wrong, but I mean like these. Those aren't pauldrons. Those are too weak and flippy flappy to pauldrons. Are they? Hey, how you doing, nerd? How you doing? Welcome. I'm working on the big boy. Should probably pull the big boy like right there. I also don't want to like get in the way when I'm doing that. Doing dark gray. Hey, I'm trying to like fix. Oh, I need to get some shirts. I should get a shirt. I don't have a squid shirt really. Point. A lot of shirts and stuff I should get. There's like a couple of VTubers recently who've put out like new merch things. I should get that. Wait, I gotta get like other importanter things first. That does seem cool. Set up. Get that. There we go. We have no more just like uncolored area. There's like a bunch of little areas I gotta like touch up the red a little bit. Yeah, I need to get back here anyway. Bit. Tell me, God. Okay, I got like half it out. That's not too bad. Once again, I'm going to get this guy done. But I think it's because I'm going to have to do some kind of like I said, I probably need to varnish. I don't know why my brain is like, these need varnish is basically what I've been working on today. That's all good, Black Roses. Have yourself a nice sleep. Have a good rest. like I'm getting a little like paint. I don't know how much of that is just me just fumbling around or not. Probably bits and pieces. You like this guy. This guy's made from 2 different kits. One of them, I think there is a what's it called? There's a turnip mod called like the Frog 50 pounder, which is just like a big old fucking cannon shaped like a frog, which is a very turnip thing. They're called epaulets. Hey, there we go. I did say epaulets earlier. People can rewind the VOD to know that I vaguely know what epaulets are. Oh yeah. Look at me kind of know stuff. I do 99% of the time. We'll just call them like a flip flappy or something like that, though. I prefer to use the scientific term. Bit on that. Real quick. The nice thing though is I think even if I don't get him done, like if I had to stop right now and do absolutely nothing, I could actually probably bring this to my shop, which makes I need to get the bright red hole absolutely dried up. Teeny tiny bit of red for the tip. Haha. I said that's okay. I said a joke for you guys. You don't. I've gotten it well in advance. I'm no like fire expert for like making really good like flame transit. I think for this guy, I'd go back and just like re-hit up some of these areas with some. And actually, even going like a little. Should have used a thicker brush. I think I'm taking like a very, very spiky little brush. And I'm just like, ah. That looks pretty solid. That looks pretty solid. We're gonna get your boots. I start doing some highlights. Let me get some light gray and start hitting up his hand. Or get some highlights on the lad. Highlights that I don't know are going to necessarily survive the enamel process. That's the little thing I'm working on a little bit is like how much do I highlight and like how contrasty should I highlight before I inevitably kind of like unify everything. There we go. Yeah, I'll just leave the darkest parts of that kind of gray. Oh, good. Nearly poked the wood with the grip. Start Turnip Force eventually. Oh yeah. I mean you kind of do both really. Like, but like I mean, you do both and like kind of synthesis with each other, I guess. A lot of the fun is just also just like putting the stuff together. I actually probably wouldn't overthink putting together some turnip stuff. Just like get some stuff between those eras that look cool. Begin kit bashing and just having fun with it. It is a very fun game. So if you have the option to play it too, I definitely recommend like not overthinking it, and then. If you do want to plan it out, though, I can see you could. There's still some good stuff. Get some of a brighter red, maybe slightly. Gotta get like a little bit dark thing. I was originally gonna do. I was doing khaki, but I think the khaki I was using is my old khaki. To be a bit that way when I'll dry brush it a little bit. Yeah, I probably should. It's got good dry brush texture. Still too okay. still not significant. Like a maroon. There we go. Mahogany. There we go. Just use mahogany for like a orangey brown that will look good at that tip. Yeah, there we go. And just kind of do. There we go. It's coming together. It really is coming together. This is really nice. And also, I am the big 80. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. I think I solved the riddle of your name. How you doing though? How you doing? Do not know me already? I am Halbernut the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting V of the Nurgle and Skaven variety, and today I'm working on Turnip because I can, and also I do play Turnip on the reg, so it's nice to get some models that are ready to party for that. Well, fine, I just need to play. That's fair. That's also like I know it's not an option a lot of times, but as a kit basher, I love the fuck out of 3D printing. I can just print out some bits, and if they don't work out, it's not the end of the world. But again, it's if that's not available to you, that's fine. But if you do like kit bashing a lot and you're on the fence of getting a 3D printer, get one. You will not regret it. Thank you to. Oh, how I want. Bit of red. Yeah, I guess probably a lot of highlighting for this is just going to happen more. Going. There we go. I think a lot of this is just like the arms are where the like a little bit. Once more, I'm like, maybe I should pick up those wolf person. I feel like I'm going to enjoy them. I haven't done like a big brush refresh in a hot minute. That'd be nice. Just like really go through like which one. I am one of those people that like even if I get rid of a brush, I just kind of retire it to like terrain building and stuff. Like unless the brush is absolutely fucked, never actually just entirely throw it out. And even if so, maybe give it a little isopropyl alcohol. Isopropyl alcohol can do a lot to revive a brush that like seems lost. I've brought back so many like quote unquote dead brushes with isopropyl. Now it doesn't always work, mind you, but like it works more than you think it. Like I'm highlighting the like front and the back. Got like a couple little like wrinkles that I hit upon. Yeah, this is turn fine. I think a lot of the red just kind of dried, so if I hit it like this, I get a little... Ooh, there we go. Heck, dry brushing, and I dry brush some of the buff onto this nonsense. Wood color on there, and then let that dry, and just realize I put a bunch of this color that's going to dry on my brush. This will be great. Love to see it. Maybe it won't take too long. Stuff done before I'm... Oh god. I've never had this happen before where I try to like screw the cap on a thing of paint and it actually gets caught. Yeah, oh, if you do have access to a 3D printer, yeah, no, kit bashing is great. Like a lot of turnip bits are available on my mini factory. Like a pretty decent rate. Like I think the main core set for turnip is like 20 or 30 bucks, and that gives you basically a bunch of bodies and a bunch of heads. And as somebody who does a lot of turnip kit bashing, I find that the heads in particular are really good for like you could basically take a bunch of other turnip stuff. Like, I mean stuff from like other mini ranges and make them turnip, but I do feel like the good turnip head really sells everything. Fix this a little bit. I left this like old accident on the rope way too long. Pretty good. I am I should have dry brushed this first before I decide to do all the red highlights. Crap, goes all the way up to here. Hey, there we go. Excellent. You'll be ready to party soon. And by ready to party, I mean, you know, get ready for later. But yeah. Definitely, Turnip is like as somebody who does. I actually wonder how much, like, I think I was inclined to become like super big into kit bashing. Because I was already doing some kit bashing with like a lot of my Chaos Knights are kit bashed entirely with official G-dubs paints and stuff. Not paints, kits. I think it's because like I was like, if I ever need to play at a store that gets really, really anal about kit bashes, I could just be like, yo, all my knights are legal. They all have just regular ass fucking Warhammer kit bashed into them. Then again, I guess if a store is that paranoid about stuff like that, I don't know if I'd want to be there anyway, but... Hey, if I got the cloak rim. Oh yeah, no, yeah, oh yeah. If you have Wargames Atlantic, it's basically because like it's technically a Napoleonic era, but like if you do it right, I don't think anyone's gonna give a shit if you like dip into like World War I stuff. And also, a kid, 11. You better not actually. How old are you actually? How old are you actually? Because everything about your username worries the fuck out of me. But yeah, how you doing? Hopefully fully grown adult. We're not the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. I need to do a little bit more time. It's funny, I really like this song, but I've always like thought Muse Dash looked like fun. It's not even that expensive, but I never just like pulled the trigger and got it. Like rhythm games are something I enjoy, but I usually don't seek them out. I just kind of end up in places where there's rhythm game. I'm having a lot of fun, and I actually enjoy this a lot. Like MagFest, I'm pretty sure like when I was given free access to a gigantic area filled with video games from like, you know, they had like fucking like Saturn setups and stuff like that. Like I've had a hard time getting a hold of a Saturn. Like I could be playing Saturn games. I just played Waka a bunch. Waka fucks super hard. Now I should be able to dry brush in with lighter brown. Probably, oh yeah, probably still Legion Drab would be solid. So if I can do like a nice dry brush on these. Go super. Need to touch up the reds again. Oh. I have an idea. Okay. Paint's gonna dry my thing if I don't do it. Yeah. I got a hair dryer under my desk. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not, but I can. So I'm just gonna like hit that real quick. All right, that'll do it. Nice, let's go. Yeah, I did pick up I do have a couple of War Games Atlantic Mini. Hold on. Oh, that's way too thick. Oh, I think I was like, why is he so wobbly? It's because I softened the blue tack. Did not even consider that that's a thing I could do. Soften the blue tack. Interesting. I guess that means whenever I remove him from the blue tack, he should be able to like pop off pretty. There we go. Hey, it wasn't the worst disaster. I just need to go back and just kind of like remove them. A little bit on the boots. I'm probably gonna crust the fuck out of the boots. I don't want to get like old, ready to go. definitely gonna like recover him in dirt. I don't think those are gonna. Which I don't know. I've basically I more or less bounce around to pretty much every person who produces STLs on my mini factory. So like I forget which minis I actually have. Like I don't get too many at a time. Like I basically have like Bestiarum more or less ready to go, and a couple of others that are like these are my mainstay one. And then I kind of swap around the rest, like season to I guess. For gel glue, which I'm gonna base, and I hope I don't get a lot of like paint and stuff. You also need to give him his like kind of like turnip, like kind of like little like rooty vegetable bits. They're coming out the back. I'll probably wait for him to dry. That's done. These are about as done as I'm gonna get tonight. But not totally done. I need to paint the rim, but I'm gonna have to wait for him. I'll probably do some touch-ups, and then I need to do like the. But like, once again, I could run this at my local shop and feel pretty drifting hard. A taller paint thing I could pop him up with? I do. Okay, I have to hold him like that while he dries. In the meantime, yeah, we got a little bit of time. I'm gonna go back to Space Marine. Gonna get out. Oh, gonna grab Anthea skin. Use that to kind of touch up the existing skin he's got to kind of. At the very least, if I can get him glued his neck into the base, it'll free up a little bit of desk space, and I also just won't have him flippy flopping around everywhere. Sounds like it'd be nice. Yeah, GW tax, which is funny because like, oh god, okay, can I say? Do you have issues? How you doing, Bull Rush? All the time. I legitimately love my mini factory. I think it's a great service, and I really like the model they do for like subscriptions and like how the STL creators are on there. It is a garbage website. It is a garbage website that dies all the time. That part is very rough. So no, it is not just you. It is not just you. I have some days it just doesn't want to load, and like it's usually something that'll go away with like I don't know in a couple of minutes. But it's still really annoying. Sticking my neck out. But yeah, no, you're not alone in this. Those are a couple of features I wish it had. I really would like to just say like, hey, I don't want to see any STLs from this particular. Because there's like some people that will like spam model releases. Like ostensibly if you have a mini that's just like a 3D model. Like you don't actually care if people print it. But it's just like a 3D model. You could just repose that model like 8 times and then list it as different variants. So it's like it's like lady standing, lady sitting with cup of coffee. Like that kind of thing where it's just like these aren't unique models. It's the same base model, just been kind of like slightly readjusted. And those do tend to just like really clog up search results. It's really annoying. Did get it. Just like that would be a nice quality of life feature. Yeah, it's been, to be fair, they did like a big update recently that I do think has made it generally more stable, but yeah, no, not the greatest performance. Reasonably good highlight. Fucking hell. Other colors. I'm gonna use, yeah, I could use a little tiny bit of this, like, to get like the eyebrows. This is like another thing too. I'm definitely, oh god, yeah, no, I use it on PC. I've tried it on my phone. It's like, I'll be at work and it'll be like, hey, Hal, you got new files. I'm like, oh, cool. I want to see what they are. And I have not had any luck on mold. I have barely had any luck on getting that thing to work on mold. Try this. I have to touch it up later, but I think overall this is like a solid enough head. So now I want to glue him to a body. This body in particular. Glue on that bad boy. Stick it in there. But yeah, it's my mini factory has been, other than site performance stuff, has actually been a lot of fun. I'm actually having a weird thing recently too, where it's like, oh no, I got some. Oh, that's. There we go. I was worried if this was going to slot in properly. No, it turned out pretty solid. But my print my print base is so much larger now. I actually have to find more minis to fit on it, and like sometimes, a lot of times, like I would print a main thing I want, like a couple of this is miscellaneous other thing. Oh, how you doing? How you doing, Shinlong Tetsuts? Welcome. Good. Mwah, chef's keys. And how you doing, Tag Barrel? What you want to do is about the setting in particular. Hold on. There's a thing called the swollen maglet. Here. Oh, this is gonna be a Patreon link, but the swollen maglet's. Turnip28, the actual book barely says much about the setting. There we go. Oh, just working on minis. Yeah, the Space Marine is not the main draw, to be fair. Oh, there we go. Him. This was primarily what I'm working on tonight, and ooh, baby. Oh, baby, let's fucking go. Look at the setup. Not done yet, by any means. I need to add some dirt to the fingertips and also to the shoes. That way I can glue them tighter to the boots. I need to do some probably some like, I don't know. I kind of made these a little streaky on purpose, but I could probably even them out a little. Bright red. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Palette. Oh yeah, no problem. I really like Turnip. I wish every indie war game I like wasn't filled with just like weird, hard to find lore. But I think between that and if you just like look around for like for specific model releases, they have a little bit going on as well. Oh yeah, I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, this is a kit bash I did. And it turned out pretty legit. So I'm very happy with it. I do this. Like, these are supposed to be kind of messy and grody rockets to begin with, so they're not supposed to be, like, super cleanly painted. I kind of like the idea that my guys painted them themselves, and they're just, like, not great at that. But, you want your rockets to look red to strike fear into the hearts of your foes. You're gonna do it. I'm also seeing a tiny little bit of, like, the metal that I want to touch up. It should be pretty easy. Yeah, they're you're not wrong, but also puns. But yeah, I think there's also, I vaguely know that like there's a question. So there's some setting questions that like you might just want to like check the Discord or ask the crew. It's a thing about these kind of like really fun sort of like, these were not, Turnip did not start as a war game. It started as like a model project from the creator, and like I have like little setting projects in my brain. Like I have like lore here for it, but it's like in my head or I have it on like a disc or somewhere. So I guess somebody was ever just like, how? What is the exact lore of like this specific thing? I'd be like, oh god, I don't know. Yeah, it's I mean, I don't know how much you can call something headcanon if it is still the guy who made it. But the idea is not that far off. I want to touch up his. What's like a weird gross brown? Oh, there we go. Orange brown. There we go. Yeah, it turns out the root is man. I've done it before. I know some people also combine them in Blender and then kind of finish it. I think Blender would be the better choice because you get a bit more like rotate. freedom. But no, I've done that in the past, and it works pretty fine. Like little bits of. Get these like little edges. Get these little edges, and also just kind of make this look gross. So just like a nice little pedicure before I wrap up for the night. Okay, there we go. Hutchinson. Apparently, you're talking Hobgoblin, right? I don't know. I know it's being released. Like, people are getting copies of it. I know there's a free version, but from also what I've heard is that the free version is bare bones as shit. Like, if you just try to play Hobgoblin based on the free version, you would think the game's bad. I've heard people say that, like, yeah, the free version's very bare bones. You should try to look at, like, the actual one. So, I don't know. The idea of it, like, so for context, Mike Hutchinson's the guy who made Gasland and some other games people like. But like that, he's got a good gaming pedigree. And he released a game called Hobgoblin, which is supposed to be a kind of like melee focused, quick and brutal rank and flank game that's mini agnostic. And the idea sounds good. The tank skirmish game. Oh, not really. Okay, so Swill has been weird. Swill was originally going to be the tank game. Swill got radically reimagined as a skirmish game about like Victorian style like fishmongers and smoking. That, from what I've heard, has been put on basically indefinite hiatus and kind of given to someone else because he's focusing on part 2 of Turnip. Then there's the boats game, though, which might be probably the closest that the Turnip tank game is going to be. Yeah, you can get a closer version. Maybe I'll have to look at it because like the ideas of it seem neat. And a little bit of red to this before I do Blood for the Blood God. Just a minute. The red that I did on here did basically absolutely nothing. I think I got some more red on here now. Paid for Dr. Rest. Yeah. It's like I don't know. For me, war games, I need to know what I'm getting, especially indie war games. I need to know what I'm getting into before I, because like for me, it's not even a money investment. I'm not rich by any means, but buying a book is a thing I can do reasonably comfortably. The tricky thing is though, it's like time. Like getting the time to read through the book and if put together an army. If I do that and I find out like, oh yeah, no, actually like this game is wildly unfun when played with someone else. Like that's such a huge investment that I'm not super chill on that. So conceptually I like the ideas that Hobgoblin is talking about, but I'll have to wait to see if I can look at a full version myself before I make a thing. Is that a toad or something? Oh, wait, have you not seen the rest of it? Oh, this is a hand. Check it out. It's a gripper. Roaming little gripper. A bit more on there. These rockets are going to be messy. And there we go. And then with that, I will unfortunately wrap up for that night because I need to put some like texture paste there. I don't know if I went for I could just literally say texture paste, but I'm gonna be doing some texture paste and some other stuff. So with that, let's go to. All right, thank you guys for coming. I had a lot of fun. Schedule wise, tomorrow at Let me quickly shout out D20 Live, which I will be over there playing Vampire. I need to double check on the time. I was told 2. I think I might have. There's a bit of time zone fuckery going on. D20. When are they saying Vampire? Oh, they're saying 3 p.m. Eastern. So they probably initially meant 2 Central. Okay, so that's off. 3 p.m. I will be playing Vampire for them. It's going to be really, really cool. And on Sunday, I will be painting my Word Bearers Apothecary unit. So we're gonna have the big heal boys getting. Hell yeah! Thanks for coming, everybody. I still have not had time to learn how to raid on YouTube, so I'm gonna cut all you wonderful YouTube people loose. So everybody on YouTube, take it easy. Have yourselves a good night. I will see you tomorrow at 9:30 PST. So bye, YouTube people. Bye bye.